South Africa in for Sophie Munro. Scrivens again happy to play defensively early on in the innings. Bit of cloud cover, the ball might be doing a little bit here this morning. Had rain first thing this morning, but everything's cleared now and the forecast is good. And Grace Scrivens launches at that one, but luckily for her does not get the edge. Grace Scrivens, who made 13 last time out. .234 runs in this competition in her 9 matches. A couple of 50s, best against Lancashire, 74. There is a backward point in there. Thought about a run for a second or two, but not for very much longer. Nick Gledhill alongside me, Guy Swindles for commentary today. Delighted to say Nick could join us.
Morning Guy, morning everybody. Morning Guy and morning everyone.
And this does beat the ring of fielders. Essex will start proceedings as the ball goes down to third. They take a single and Grace Scrivens and Essex are off the mark.
Well, no surprise that Hampshire have chosen to field first. I mean, it's a pretty overcast morning. There's been a bit of drizzle around, as you say. The forecast is to improve during the day and then steadily improve during the week, to the extent that by the time we get to Friday and the championship match here, it's going to be very hot.
Well, we'll enjoy the shadier conditions today, as it can get a little bit warm in the commentary box. And that's a really nice looking shot. First ball she faced, Jodie Grucock, and placed through the covers for 4, so they finished the over well. 5 off the first over.
Good numbers in the Tom Pearce stand away to our right, and the main feature of the crowd today is a number of school children who were coming in. I think might be 2 or 3 different groups, because they're basically, most of them, down in the lower tier of the Tom Pearce stand, so if the sun does come out later on, they'll be suitably protected. But they don't have to worry about that just at the moment. But no, very nice to see that. Obviously, we are in the second part of the summer term, and lots of youngsters getting a chance to see a top flight women's one-day match. So I hope they enjoy their day. It's going to be Adams, Hampshire, going along pretty well in this competition. And in fact, as we were saying, Guy, it's a long old haul with 16 games, and you need to finish in the top 3. Essex at the moment on 12 points on 7th place, Hampshire second with 27. Nice single tucked away into the onside, and the Blaze living up to their name at the top of the table, 9 points clear. So they're very well placed for finals day potentially.
Yes, they're having a very good season.
They are, both formats. It's a nice stroke just tucked away in the onside, and it's important for Essex that they get through this early stage. I suppose, given the fact there's still 6 more games after this, that Essex won't have entirely given up on the possibility of getting into that top 3 of the group. And it would be a great game to win this, because they have not had a great deal of success against Hampshire.
No. It's including the T20 a couple of weeks ago. It doesn't seem.
Well, that was an interesting. I didn't see that game, but I thought 150. That's maybe chaseable, but obviously Amanda Jade Wellington had other ideas, didn't she? There. Nice stroke away into the offside for a single, and good positive start. What they're doing there is just looking for every run scoring opportunities to keep the ball ticking over. But obviously in a 50 over competition, key particularly in this early stage not to lose wickets, and 8 for no wicket at this stage after 2 overs. I saw the first T20 game at Southampton, which was a game where Essex played pretty well in, and arguably at one point were pretty well placed to get their target, but a couple of quick wickets and changed the course of the game.
Well, Datani, who played in that T20, both of them I think, comes in now. Oh, and again Grace Scriven has a bit of a dart at that. Again, luckily for her, she doesn't make a connection. Now, it's a strange old match, the T20 here, because basically someone who isn't playing today, Trudy Johnson, the teenage seamer for Hampshire, took 3 very early wickets and just about stymied the run chase there and then. And you're absolutely right. Amanda Jade Wellington got involved.
Yeah, that was. She ended the game fairly abruptly, didn't she? There.
She did. Yes, we had hat tricks, all sorts going on.
I mean, in that Vitality Blast competition. I think Essex's next match is Warwickshire away, and that's a critical game.
Yes.
If they can win that, and anything is possible.
Better looking shot from Grace Scrivens, but again, can't beat the ring of fielders in for the power play.
It's very, very overcast day, isn't it? And top temperature, I think, around about 23, 24. It'll be a lot higher as the week goes on. Actually, quite a refreshing breeze as well today.
Yes, because it is. You can. I brought a jumper which I'm not going to need. That is not given as a wide. Must have felt that it was created rather by Grace Scrivens' movement.
So Grace Scrivens coming in to this 237 runs at an average of 26, high score of 74.
Good shot, but a good stave. So it'll only be the one. It's Abby Norgrove who stopped that. Excellent work from her. And Grace Scrivens, one of the 4 Essex players picked for the England A squad.
Yes, and wish her well in that. Next step up.
That one will be given as a wide. Short. Nothing that Jodie Grucock could do there.
The Women's World Cup continues. Game at Headingley today, Bangladesh and Australia. And Australia have sent Bangladesh in and 4 for 1 already. So obviously Australia will be hot favourites for that one. In the more difficult of the 2 groups, though.
Yes. Well bowled. And a tidy over in the end. Just the 2 from it, including the wide.
Yeah, the thing about that competition, guys, that obviously the England group looks notably the softer group of the 2, with Australia, India and South Africa in the other one. But it was reminiscent, actually, of the very first Men's World Cup in 1975, when England were deliberately put in the softer group of the 2 in order to try and get through to the semi-finals, and they duly did get to the semi-finals, but no further thanks to Gary Gilmore of Australia. But I suppose it's reasonable when you're staging it at home. You want to obviously, if England go far in the competition, it just increases the public awareness and the casual sports fans' interest in the game. And the hope is, obviously, that as the month goes on and into July, daytime Women's World Cup, nighttime Men's World Cup. But the Women's World Cup has the days to itself, and hopefully will garner a lot of interest as time goes on. Nice, accurate stuff from Adams.
I think the trouble is there's another rather big World Cup going on at the moment, which might slightly overshadow.
Yeah. Particularly the evening games. That's the one thing. The 6:30 starts. There you go, wide. Which is just saying how well she was bowling. That one was very ill-directed. She'll probably be the first person to recognise that. That's the best shot of the day so far. It's a lovely stroke away through the covers by Jodie Grucock, and collects a boundary, and that gets the Essex innings sort of moving along up to 16 for no wicket in the 4th. That was very well executed. And she's had a pretty good time of it, Jodie Grucock.
Just a bit.
Yeah.
Her average has dropped to 68 after a slight failure last time.
displayed defensively up into the onside. Yeah, very, very impressive in both formats, actually.
But she's got 408 runs already in this competition, 100 350s, averaging 68. Been crucial.
That's another good shot, and that's really well placed because it's beaten two boundary fielders on the leg side, deep square and deep mid wicket, neither of whom could get across to that. That's a very profitable over for Essex. So I wonder if actually is the weather's improving as we speak. Funnily enough, there's a little bank of blue sky that's just opened up, quite a small one, but it's just opened up immediately over our heads. So that's brightened things up for the school children watching on, and they'll be very absorbed, I'm sure, by what they're saying. 20 for no wicket after 4.
Yes, we just caught a view of some of the school kids there in the stand here. And Ditani, not for the first time, has beaten Grace Scrivens outside the off stump. I think that's 3 times at least now. She was a bit expensive when she was bowling in the T20 down here. Much the most expensive of any of the Hampshire bowlers, but she's looked right on the money since she started this morning. And you get the feeling Grace Scrivens is trying to hurry things up and finding it a bit difficult to time it at the moment.
I see the test match was delayed officially by a wet outfield. It's quite unusual to see that, particularly at Lords or the Oval. But there has been a bit of rain, particularly Lords, but there has been a bit of rain around this morning, hasn't there?
Yeah, there was quite, but you're right, to actually hold up play, usually the sponges and ropes are out there. And it's another fantastic stop. Again, Abby Norgrove. And it will be only a single to Grace Scrivens.
Yeah, strong looking Hampshire lineup. I mean, they have on occasions, of course, had players missing through England duty, as now. But
when you think that they were happy for Nancy Harmon to come out on loan in the last round of matches, and she top scored for Essex with 72.
Well, she's now got the task, Nancy Harmon, of trying to lead both sets of averages for Essex and Hampshire in this competition. But
she's given herself a very good chance in the Essex.
Yes.
She was in the Hampshire squad, bizarrely, so and that is a wide down the leg side. Just trying probably to bowl a little bit quicker on that occasion, Datari, and just lost her radar for a second. Don't think that was quite where Grewcock was aiming, but perfectly safe. She batted well in the competition this year, Naomi Ditani. She's averaging 25. Also taken 11 wickets, so she's been very handy for her team.
Good solid start this from Essex. Say 5 overs 22. I'll be pleased with that.
Indeed, you're absolutely right. But Ditani's been very tight so far. Just 9 from her 3 overs. Interesting to see if they can just just crank it up a little. Essex at the moment.
And of course, we have the new Essex signing, Annika Bosch, coming in. We expect at number 4. So it would be nice for her to have a platform on her first outing. And at the moment, it's going that way.
Yeah, she looks an impressive signing looking at her record.
Yes, 4 women's tests, 30 women's ODIs, and 53 T20s. So plenty of experience at international level.
And she's in some form as well, interestingly. Her highest score in ODIs is 91. She got against New Zealand earlier this season, so earlier this year.
Yep, nice stroke from Scrivens, just away into the onside for a single. They're milking Adams quite well here, taking plenty of singles off her. That one almost stopped by the bowler, but intercepted at mid-on. But there's Amanda Jade Wellington, who, from the Essex point of view, hopefully won't have quite such an outing as she had when she was last here. Strangely enough, guys, she feels again. Her most important role in the T20 match at Southampton was arguably with the bat, when she provided some very important impetus for Hampshire, who looked like they were going to be short of runs, and she took quite a few runs off the last over. It was a very good game, though. It was a very good contest. Oh, that's a good one. That's the first time that Georgia Adams has really threatened. Nicely pitched, and just beating the outside edge, and Bale's whipped off, but back foot firmly entrenched. So 23 without loss after 6, Scrivens 7 and Grewcock 13.
Yes, a little bit of spin and bounce there for Adams. And, just the one run from the over, and at the moment quite difficult for Essex to get going. Run rate's under 4. Haven't lost a wicket though.
No, they haven't lost a wicket, and I suppose in a 50 over match you can have time to just lay a platform.
Well, Datani,
I want to take advantage with these fielders up.
Absolutely. As a bonus run, first delivery of the over.
Yes, just looking at Annika Bosch, she got 91 against New Zealand in a women's ODI on the 1st of April, so that's fairly recent. That's her most notable score in recent international games.
Bizarrely my birthday. As Datani is in again, and that is just played out into the point region, no run.
And after that, very, it was I think genuinely sort of upsetting for everyone involved with the club. Obviously not the only injury, but Cordelia Griffith's injury.
Oh.
At a time when she was playing so well. It
Well.
was wonderful to see the way she was batting at that stage.
And such a wonderful fielder as well. Very sorely missed.
And that was the difference for me between the Essex of this season and of last season, when they started well in the T20. The sort of ruthless streak that they had sort of developed in terms of putting teams away, which was good to see. But obviously Griffith's injury hampered things.
And Abtahar Maqsood as well has been injured on Scotland duty, broken a bone in a hand, so she'll be out for a while as well.
It's disappointing, particularly in a World Cup scenario. Take a few wickets against England, that would have been,
Yeah, absolutely.
Ireland gave England a reasonably good game yesterday, didn't they?
After
Maybe too good a game from the England point of view.
Full toss, And Scrivens did pretty well because it cramped her up a bit, but she has managed to flick it away very cleverly for 4, and that's her first boundary of the morning.
Well, the youngsters enjoyed that one, but full toss, bit of a surprise, but dealt with very effectively. Key thing there, don't hit it straight to a fielder.
Quite a high full toss there, but
Yep.
not a no ball. Good comeback from Tatani.
Yes, the first. I think it was. I think it might have been the very first T20 game actually here, where they were playing Warwickshire, and the power play was about 75 or 76, and absolutely brilliant batting.
Well bowled again, just cramped Scriven up. 5 off the over, 28 after 7, so run rate up to 4.
Yes, they'd probably like it a touch higher than that, but no wickets down. And debutant Annika Bosch to come in probably in a couple of wickets' time. Bex Tyson is going to bowl, so it's been spin all the way from the Alistair Cook end. Bex Tyson's left arm spin. That's a bit of a strength of the Hampshire side. Spin options, of which they've got several. It's nicely flighted and well driven, but nicely intercepted by the bowler. Yeah, weather's improving all the time. We've got more areas of blue sky opening up now. It's a wide, attempted pull shot, but I suppose that Grucock knew that the call was going to come in her favour anyway.
We were talking at the last match about the strength of spin bowling in the women's game, rather more than the men's at the moment.
Oh, that's gone through mid-on. That'll go for 4. Possibly slightly disappointed there, Georgia Adams, that she didn't stop that. Thought rather dived over the top of it. But that's just what Essex wanted. It wasn't the most elegant of strokes, but the pull drive can be very effective, as that one was, and cracked away off the back foot and beats mid-on, goes for 4. And
Yes.
yep, Essex could just do with a few more boundaries towards the end of the power play here.
I don't think Georgia Adams enjoyed the replay much. Oof.
Yeah, it's very simple dismissal, very simple. Just held it back, and unfortunately, rather caught Jodie Grucock there in two minds. And the ultimate outcome was certainly not what she would have wanted. Very, very soft dismissal. Caught and bowled, and Hampshire will be pleased that they've got on the board in terms of wickets, and Essex disappointed that it's come in the most, the most benign of fashions, but unfortunately the wicket falls for them, and it's a success for Hampshire. So 33 for 1.
Just watching
But Tyson, let's see what she did there. Yeah, it's just nothing particularly special about the balls. As if Grucock was looking to push away into the onside, he's just taken the leading edge and gone straight back.
Yep, squared her up ever so slightly and just enough. But I think Grucock will be very disappointed because she looked in really good nick. But yes, an unfortunate way to go. Just watching it again, and she won't have many easier caught and bowled, I don't think.
Probably a bit surprised that was coming back, and of course at the lack of speed. Certainly wouldn't want to drop that one, but there was not much danger she was going to do that, to be honest. So it's going to be Ariana Dowse coming in. Useful opening partnership. Delighted just to extend a little bit more.
Yeah, she batted pretty well in the last match, got 24 and looked pretty well set. And was having to rebuild after the 3 early wickets. And quite impressive, Ariana Dowse.
There's another good delivery from Tyson, just beating the forward shot there, so well bowled to her. She probably felt a bit down about that 4 going through, but the overs ended very well from her perspective. 8 have gone, 33 for 1 after Essex were sent in on what is still a predominantly cloudy morning here at the county ground, with Grace Scrivens there on 11, and Dowse has just joined her, having just faced the 1 delivery.
Yes, that was a crucial wicket, possibly in the state of this game. But Essex now need to rebuild. Titani to continue for her 5th over. And a false shot outside off stump, but she doesn't find the edge. We've said that a few times in the first 5 of Titani's overs to Grace Scrivens in particular. Skipper remains there. 11 from 29 though, not the usual timing we see from Grace Scrivens. Her strike rate is around 70 in this competition. Very nearly gets through on an inside edge there, but Grace Scrivens survives. Not only that, she manages to pick up a couple.
Yes, this competition had a solitary semi-final, which will be second against third. That's on the 16th of September, which is a Wednesday, and then the final will be at the Utilita, actually, the Utilita Bowl, on the 19th of September, one day before the men's Metro Bank final, which is going to be on the Sunday of that weekend.
And another inside edge, but again Grace Scrivens survives it. Titani has bowled very tidily so far this morning. But she almost bowls a wide every single over, and that's the one for this over. Again down the leg side.
There's not a bit of sun around now. It actually is forecast to be predominantly cloudy during the afternoon, but will stay dry. But if you are coming along to the championship match on Friday, make sure you bring plenty of sunscreen
yes.
and water, because it's looking like a bit of a scorcher on Friday.
Better looking shot from Grace Scrivens, but straight to the fielder. You can sense her frustration at the moment.
Yeah, with the exception of a couple of wides and one full toss that was put away, Hampshire, as you would expect, have been pretty accurate. They've got this policy of opening with seam from one end and spin from the other, which has, again, served them pretty well.
Another dot ball. moment the Hampshire decision to bowl first, as Nick said, looking as well as being an obvious one, it's now looking a good one. And again, a very tidy over. Just the 3 from it. 36 for 1 after 9, so Essex just can't get above that 4 runs and over at the moment.
So Ariana Douse not doing too bad. She's averaging just under 34, and she's got 168 runs coming into this match. So of those who played regularly during the season, hers is the 3rd best on the average list. Nancy Harmon with Anomaly being at the top. But the fact that Jodie Grewcock there with those tremendous stats in second has gone. That's a big blow to Essex. Again, she managed to just turn the bat around and was not far away from another one popping back into the hands of Bex Tyson there. So she's just getting enough from the surface just to cause a few problems. But a formidable outfit, the Hampshire side. Basically, they've obviously at the moment the Blaze are leading the way, but Hampshire, like Surrey and 1 or 2 others, all tend to be there or thereabouts. Of course, great pedigree in the women's game in the 100. And the Southern Brave, and of course the previous incarnation of the Vipers. That's a nice placement there. Think of the second run, which is what the intention was when the shot was played, but fine leg reacting pretty quickly to prevent that.
There's a rare loose delivery and also no turn on that occasion. She's just been tweaking it a little bit, enough to trouble the batters, but that one just went straight on with the arm down the leg side.
Oh, it's in the air for a while. Again, just grateful there, Shrivens, that wasn't just straight into the hands of mid-wicket. But this is good tight stuff, well bowled. Bex Tyson 1 for 6 in 2 overs, and she really has made an impression from the Alistair Cook end. A pretty tight line and length, and just getting the ball to just do enough to cause difficulties for the 2 Essex batters. 37 for 1 after 10, and that is a little bit of a concern in terms of the run rate. I just want to try and obviously now try and find the gaps as we go out of the power play, but even though they only took 1 wicket, I think we probably have to award that power play guy to Hampshire.
I think there would be little argument on that one. So Hannah Hardwick into the attack. Tatani getting a well-deserved rest. Just played 3 matches in this competition. Yet to take a wicket. 10 overs so far. Hannah Hardwick right arm over. It's a thickish outside edge. It's safe, and they'll take the 1.
Well, you know, it's we've got great numbers of school children today, and obviously there's been a lot of debate this week with the news about social media bans for children and things like that. But of course, one great alternative, if that's no longer available, is to go and play some sport.
Yes,
and,
quite.
You know, it's probably a great deal better for you as well. If some of the youngsters here today are inspired to do so, that would be a very good thing.
Full pitch delivery, nicely played by Scrivens, but it'll only be a single.
Yeah, I mean it really is nice to find the sport you like and channel your involvement into that, and who knows what might be able to achieve.
Ariana Dowse just missed out a bit there. It was there for the shot, but she just picked out the fielder. No run.
But so we've got good numbers of youngsters in today, and as I say, a decent turnout in the Tom Pearce stand away to our right. I know the club is looking to get as many people. I think the last Sunday in June, the home fixture, looking to try and maximise the numbers for that one.
And that is too wide outside off stump for the umpire, Gabby Brown. Again, can't pierce the field, and Ditani does the requisite. So just the 3 runs from this over again.
Yeah, it's just the 3, yeah.
That will be another wide though, so there'll be another delivery. It's her 19th match in this format, Hannah Hardwick. Nicely played out to the deep cover fielder, but there'll only be the one. It's the busy Abby Norgrove who gets the ball in. Grace Scrivens just taking a moment to look around and see where the fielders are. And there's width, and it beats the fielder on the boundary too.
Much needed.
That will be a frustration for Hampshire. That ball coming off one of the wides, of course, with the extra ball delivered. And there was a chance out on the boundary for Ella McCorgan to stop the ball, couldn't do so. So the run rate goes back above 4. 46 for 1 after 11.
Yes, so boundaries, precious commodities at the moment. And Essex will need to take advantage of whatever opportunities they are offered. What is a pretty strong Hampshire attack, and no surprise that Tyson's going to continue
with a slip.
Those 2 economical overs. Indeed, there is a slip as well. But that's not the best ball she's bowled. Get out shot for Dowse, away into the onside. Wood gets through for a bonus 2 here. Slight misfield.
Well run.
None became 2. Yeah, it was a tight second run, but always on. So just a couple of misfields blotting the copybook for Hampshire this morning. Happy Norgrove there. Not quite timed that. I think she was trying to hit that much squarer.
Yes, I think she'll be cross with herself because she'll feel that was an opportunity missed, I think, Grace Scrivens. Ooh.
So this competition basically back for a couple of weeks before there's more action in the blast. Squeezed away for a single, just down towards short third. Yeah, so this match basically representing, well, we're into the 10th of 16 games, aren't we? So more than halfway through the competition.
Well balled.
Skidded on a little bit. But it's another pretty tight over from Tyson. So 50 for one, the 50 up. It's come in 12 overs. Just a slight acceleration in the scoring rate in the last couple of overs. And Grace Scrivens is in. Needs to try and kick on. We mentioned that Dowse has had pretty good figures so far in the competition. So important partnership this one with new signing Bosch coming in, we expect next.
Yes. Certainly that's what the scorecard on the screen believes, is that Bosch will be coming in next, then Flo Miller and Joe Gardner to follow. It's crunched away by Scrivens, but straight to Datani, who feels it well. They know that's a shot that she favours, just angling it backward of square. Cut away, but easy for the boundary fielder. Anna McCorgan does the necessary. Drop and go, and then I can't quite work out what happened. Oh, the poor fielder who was trying to throw the ball, studs got caught up in the cover for the wicket, presumably for Friday. So it was Maya Bouchier who in the end couldn't throw the ball. And that is the end of Grace Scrivens. One dab too many outside off stump. And this time she has just tickled it through to the keeper. And a first wicket in the competition this season for Hannah Hardwick. And she celebrated understandably.
Yeah, just bowling it in the channel there and just doing enough to defeat the stroke from Scrivens. So Scrivens had got herself in there, and yeah, so didn't do too much there, but
did enough.
Just did enough to beat middle of the bat and find the edge.
A big wicket because
Yeah, just drifting into Shrivens, but she was just too much inside of it and found the outside edge.
she'd done you felt she'd almost done all the hard work, battled away, was just beginning to try and crank it up, but she goes for 22. Rihanna Southby behind the stumps, taking an easier catch, but it was lovely to see the reaction of Hannah Hardwick there. So pleased to have picked up a first wicket this season.
Yeah, nice piece of bowling. So this is going to be interesting. Bosch coming in with a good international pedigree. Got plenty of time to bat.
Yes, that is also true. Now joined for the rest of the season. Immediately plays a nice looking shot.
And we know that in the men's game in particular, South Africa are going through a very strong period. We've seen that with the performance of their A side in recent games against England Lions, and much the same is true in the women's game, although the women will be rather disappointed with the way they fell away in that World Cup match against Australia. But there's plenty of talent there, and certainly it appears as though South Africa have found the right format in terms of both men's and women's cricket, in terms of bringing the players through in various formats. And it'll be interesting to see how the South African women go in the tournament. If they can get out of the group, of course, that's the key thing. That's going to be the most difficult thing for them. But very strong group with Australia and India in there. But I think any South African signing, men or women at the moment, generally speaking, you're going to get a quality player.
Interesting long discussion between the two batters there. Obviously, I think Ariana Douse welcoming the South African and just saying the wicket does this, the wicket does that.
Tyson again. More blue sky opening up over the ground. But a pleasant breeze, so not particularly hot today, at about 23, 24. It's a nice little push into a big gap on the onside. Thinking of two, it's not quite there, but I thought was on because it was played with soft hands, and Poppy Tulloch realised she had to get in pretty quickly there to make sure there was no second, but she did.
I wonder in the T20 if she would have probably gone a little bit quicker on the first.
And that would have opened up the possibility, because it was a typical 1.5. Oh, that's a good one. That was a good one. Just seemed to skid through, and that is a hammer blow, because it's Annika Bosch out early, and that can happen to the best of players. And look at the delight and the Hampshire fielders having got that wicket. She really has bowled well, and that one just seemed to beat the defensive shot, but that's a real blow to Essex's hopes in this game, and I think the Hampshire
you can see what it means,
know
can't you?
it.
Yeah, you can see what it means to the Hampshire team. Disappointing debut as far as Hanneke Bosch is concerned. Just waiting to see the replay, as it did look on first glance. Here we go.
Looked as though it skidded through on first.
She went back. I don't think she can have too many arguments about that one.
Yeah, definitely in front, and just went on with the arm, and very well bowled. I mean, she's bowled very nicely here, Bex Tyson. Yeah, just went on through and beat the defensive shot, and that's going to be a big disappointment, but hopefully much more to come from the new signing. But that's a disappointment for the for the youngsters who come, who
Yes.
might have been hoping to see a stellar performance.
No, absolutely.
And now there's a bit of a rebuilding job on.
Well, that's what Flo Miller did in the last match, was rebuild. Very good 50 odd, 54 I think it was in the end. Wasn't quite enough to see the team home, but she really did set about rebuilding after the 3 early wickets had fallen.
Just looking again at that, I mean, it did just seem to skid on a little bit, but it was very well bowled. Bowling nicely.
Interestingly, what a big stride forward from Flo Miller, having seen what happens if you play back.
So, Essex innings at a difficult point, coming towards the end of the 14th over. 3 wickets down. And barring the occasional misfield, Hampshire been putting pressure on the field and, generally speaking, cutting off the boundaries. So 54 for 3 after 14, with Miller on 1 and Dowse 6, and Hampshire definitely on top here.
Yeah, Tyson 4 overs, 2 for 12. She really has bowled well. And rather checked Essex's progress. Well, these two started the rebuilding process in the last match. Can they do it again? And a Hardwick to continue. As Flo Miller gets herself set. Probably going down leg, possibly a little inside edge as well, but certainly it was a checked appeal from bowler and wicketkeeper. That is up close to one of the shots of the day. We saw 2 good cover drives from Grucock early on, Jodie Grucock, but that really was clipped away with power by Flo Miller. Just watch this. It was a little short, it was a little wide, but it flew to the boundary.
After the disappointment of losing Annika Bosch's 3rd ball, that would have just improved the spirits in the home dressing room. That was a nice stroke.
Chases that one a little bit. And now Hampshire putting a fielder out on that boundary, seeing that she's obviously looking to cut the ball, Flo Miller. Legs side wide. Better delivery.
Hampshire will be pretty pleased with this situation. So they are 9 points off the Blaze at the top, but they've got a 5-point gap on Surrey and Warwickshire, who are doing a lot better in this competition than they are in the Blast. But if they can win this, Hampshire, then they're going to be further consolidating their position in the top 3.
Fuller delivery, dealt with nicely by Miller, at a dot. So this should be the final ball of the over, wides permitting.
Bangladesh and Australia playing each other on different continents, men's and women's at this precise moment in the Women's World Cup. 41 for 5 Bangladesh after Australia chose to field.
The men are doing better, aren't they? Eventually they get the message that there is a run there.
Elise
Quite
Perry's
short,
got a couple.
maybe.
Yeah, Elise Perry's got a couple of wickets. Kim Garth's got a couple, but that game I don't think is going to go a distance in terms of the length of the Australian innings. 41 for 5 after 12 overs.
No, I think that will be over fairly promptly. 60 for 3, they've got the run rate back up to 4, which is a slight plus, but a lot of work for these two to do. Just there we are, we're just seeing that there is a pretty decent crowd sprinkled around the Ambassador Cruise Line ground today.
I think it's the Blaze match on the 28th of June and looking to maximise the numbers with cheap admission. Hopefully if it's a fine day, many will want to come along. Of course there is more double header action. I think there's one more last double header, and that's when Surrey women come and Middlesex men on the same day. It's around about the first Sunday in July, I think. Oh, just a few misfields for Hampshire today. So one blot in the copybook, really. There've been 2 or 3 that they'll be disappointed have gone through.
Yeah.
And that one's resulted in a boundary.
The unfortunate Francesca Sweet, wasn't it? That
At least they're sharing them out. It's not so it's the same fielder each time. At the moment, it doesn't look as though it's going to cost Hampshire, but they could add up if a partnership gets in. It's also spoilt Bex Tyson's figures. A bonus for really that. But Miller started well, on a ball 11, 67 for 3. Again, that's well directed. They're getting a bit more out of this Tyson over. Not quite hitting her out of the attack, but at least throwing something back at her.
yeah, she looked virtually unplayable earlier, and these two are doing well so far.
It's a nice piece of bowling. Not too many options with that one. So the end of the over, 67 for 3 after 16. Miller 12 and Dowse is there on 6, and the big disappointment, if you have just joined us, that new signing Annika Bosch unfortunately got a third baller, a pretty good delivery from Bex Tyson, which had a LBW for a duck. Jodie Grucock looked good again for her 17 from 19 before she was caught and bowled. Just a delivery from Tyson that squared her up a little bit, and a very gentle catch back to the bowler. And Grace Shrivens was caught behind off Hardwick for 22 from 45. So both Grucock and Shrivens getting starts, but nobody's managed to go on yet.
Just having a look there at the Essex balcony. Everyone seems to be out watching at the moment. Coaching staff and players alike. Well, we have a change of bowler, and it is Amanda Jade Wellington into the attack. And immediately a nice looking delivery. popping it up above the eye line, making life difficult. He's taken 14 wickets in this competition already. Played one test. It's cuffed away nicely by Flo Miller. He's seeing the ball well. Continuing on from her last good form. Yes, one test, 14 ODIs. 8 T20Is as well, so very experienced international cricketer. Almost a deceptive lack of pace there. Dowse practices the shot again. Nicely bowled.
Yeah, she's been a formidable opponent of Essex this season. There's Amanda Jade Wellington, so they don't want to give any early success.
Now a hat-trick bowling from this end in the T20. That's a nice looking shot. It's well fielded in the end. Good sliding stop by Datani. End of the over, and a very tidy one to begin with. Just the 2 runs from it, 69 for 3.
Over at Chester Street, Durham women are having a bit of a tough time. They're currently in 5th place, and they're playing Yorkshire, who've got the same number of points as Essex. So Durham women are 64 for 6 after 18 overs. So they've got an awful lot to do to pull that one round. That's another good scoreline from Hampshire's point of view. One of the sides trying to get up towards the top 3. Not looking as though they're going to make any progress today. And Lancashire women, who I think at the moment are tailed off at the foot of the division, they're playing the leaders. They play 61 for 2 at Blackpool, which I think is where Essex are heading in a few days' time. So on the 23rd, I think it was, from memory. So Tullock bowling from the Alistair Cook end.
It's the first time we've seen seam from the Alistair Cook end this morning.
Yes, it is the 23rd, so a couple of games being staged at Blackpool, and Essex heading there. Have you covered any games there?
I've never been to
Neither have I.
No, never made it to Blackpool.
Oh, it's a good delivery, and I think that's a rather involuntary edge for 4, but they all count, and Essex will take them at this stage. I'm not sure there was any deliberate intent there. It was a pretty good delivery.
No, I think that
Slip would have been quite interested in a low catch there, had there been one. Would have been pretty low, but would have been catchable, I think.
She did play it with softish hands, but it's one of those that's tough on a bowler, isn't it? You've got the edge, you've done everything right.
So a little bit of a partnership building, and it's important that Essex do get 2 batters going here. Tullock in her opening over. But Hampshire with lots of good bowling options.
Yeah, we're on to the 6th bowler already, and what are we on? The 18th over, so yes.
Stifled shout. Oh, don't want a run out after that, but it gets back into her ground. There's plenty of bowlers on show here for the Hampshire women, and in contrast to the Hampshire men in the Blast this year, where they've gone in with this very unusual policy, which they settled on, of only fielding 5 bowlers who can bowl, which is got sort of danger written all over it, but they've been getting away with it, and they're leading the South Group at the moment. Very intriguing, with teams thinking of different strategies in the short format, but usually it's regarded in that, and probably in this format as well, that you want 6 decent bowling options. And of course, sometimes more. Essex men have had plenty. Not quite so much now with Sam Cook's injury. That was nicely timed. Just about stopped at cover. Slight misfield, but no harm done there at all for Maya Boucher. And well, this pair settling in, and the partnership is really needed. 73 for 3 after 18. Hampshire still very much on top, but Miller 13 and Dowse 11. Dowse just a little bit becalmed, but Flo Miller is going along with a decent strike rate, and these two starting to build a partnership.
Yeah, 20 runs they've put on so far for this 4th wicket. First sweep shot we've seen today, but straight to the fielder. Two decent shots from Flo Miller that haven't managed to pierce the field. And that is the end of Flo Miller. Tempted into the sweep shot. It's well bowled again. And she is bowled, Flo Miller. The 4th wicket falls.
Yeah.
Miller goes for an unlucky 13.
Amanda J. Wellington strikes again. And at the moment, Essex not quite able to produce a partnership to resist this pretty strong Hampshire attack that's floated right up, and basically the attempted sweep missing out.
We saw this in the last match, that if you do give it a little bit of air and dip, if you're a spinner, something at this ground that seems to really help. We saw plenty of good spin bowling, but the more air you gave it, the better, and we saw that on that particular occasion.
Well, there's no doubt that a formidable performer, and so she's had success against Essex already this season, and at the moment it's looking at a similar story, but she's just striking in her 2nd over, but it was floated right up, right out of the eye line.
Yeah, exactly. Beautifully bowled, and Miller had been looking to sweep. Undone. Well, Joe Gardner gets a rather more friendly delivery and plays it nicely out and gets off the mark first ball.
It's Joe Gardner with one half century. Just want to try and push that average of 25 up a little bit, and it'd be a good day to do it today.
Again, comes in from above the eye line, but Dowse does pretty well to keep it out. 15th wicket already in the competition this year. And that is a very fine over. Just the 1 run and a wicket. 74 for 4 after 19, and Essex finding life pretty difficult out there at the moment. Just having a quick look at the match summary. Grace Scriven's top scoring, and it's 22 or 45. It was hard work for her. And just looking Tyson's figures, 2 for 19.
15 wickets in the competition for Amanda Jade Wellington. Don't think that's included the one she's just taken.
It is. She had 14 before today, so
it's 15 now. It's updated very quickly. So I think she's in the top 10 of the leading wicket takers in the competition. Poppy Tulloch again. Again, nice piece of bowling, just drawing the batter into the stroke. The best outcome there would have been one run down to third man, but the worst would have been feathering it through to the keeper.
Yes, the ball didn't do a huge amount, but it was bowled in the right channel. Joe Gardner. Sorry.
Nice compact defensive shot. Yes, it's a difficult situation now for Essex. They don't really have a platform here. Need Gardner to come good today. Dowse has got herself in. It's a long competition, this, isn't it? If you look as though you're not going to have a chance of qualifying. I think it's actually been increased, hasn't it, with Yorkshire's arrival into the top flight from up to 16 games. Obviously, with the adjustment in the blast, which is now 12, so it sort of evens itself out. But of course, these are longer games. But yes, you wonder if there's a slight a way the format can be tweaked slightly with so many games in the group stage.
But I suppose you got the fairness of home and away.
Yes.
There's no 4-day cricket either to fill up the schedule.
Well, the youngsters becoming a little bit noisier. Assuming it's them. It's a quick single up to mid-on. Well run. That was always on.
Well, that stopped the maiden over.
Yeah, Hampshire bang on top at the moment. 75 for 4 after 20. So you'd think Essex are going to do quite well to get to 200. That's got to be the minimum really that they're looking at, but they've lost 4 good wickets. Gardner on 2 and Dowse on 11.
Yes, it'll be interesting. Liberty Heap into the team as well, so interesting to see how she gets on for her first match this season in this format. Jade Wellington understandably set to continue. That goes very fine, and all the way for 4. Nicely played.
Wasn't much bat on that, but there was enough.
Yes, exactly, and she managed to keep it very fine indeed. So well played. Joe Gardner has got 150 in the competition so far this season. Average is 25, so handy player to come in at this juncture.
Ironic, we have, this is the principal one-day domestic competition in the women's game.
It's Very well bowled again, but nicely played by Gardner with soft hands, and George Adams at slip will be slightly disappointed.
But it is a much better bridge, obviously, than is offered in the men's game at the moment between the domestic game and international level, or A-team level, which we don't really have in the men's game at the moment.
And this is up in the air, and is an easy catch, and Ariana Dowse trying to play the sweep shot is undone, and in the end it was a very simple catch for Bex Tyson, and a second wicket for Jade Wellington, and Essex are very definitely struggling now on 80 for 5.
Yes, and it's a rather similar story with the man of Jade Wellington. He likes playing Essex this season, and that was again a slightly soft dismissal, looked like a top edge sweep. Again floated right up, and that's the beauty of the execution, taking it out or above the eye line of the batter, and in the end sort of reaching for it, trying to sort of play a sweep shot, but it's just come off the top of the bat and gone very comfortably into the hands of Tyson.
Yes, it's 5 down for 80. That 200 that Nick was talking about earlier is looking a little bit further away at the moment again. So much depends on Joe Gardner and Sophia Smale. Liberty Heat to come. Eva Gray, Kate Kopak, Esme McGregor. The sweep shot is done for a couple of the players now. A solid enough first shot.
Yeah, it feels like the gap between these two teams has widened again, having closed.
Yes.
Tell you what, it was definitely closing in that last game at the Utilita Bowl. There wasn't a great deal to choose between the two sides. And Essex, speaking to Kate Kopak afterwards, they thought they got themselves into a winning position. And with that 50 over game, obviously, or the 50 over game here preceded by the reverse T20 game, which in the end Hampshire won pretty easily.
Wasn't Léa Bouchier playing in the one down at... because she made all the difference.
Yeah.
Not being picked for England.
I don't think
she did down there, and she made the difference up here. She smashed 80 off.
Yeah.
Not very many,
but on that occasion at Southampton, Essex really contained Hampshire very well. So Sophia Smale at the crease. It's nicely just clipped away for a single. Started Poppy Tulloch's third over. She's been very economical, not in the wickets yet, but just the 5 runs from her first 2 overs. And the only real blot on the copybook for Hampshire has been probably 3 misfields. But on another day might have been more important than they appear to be at this stage. Scampering through for a single. Wait to see exactly if that did take any bat, and it didn't, so it's just a leg by to the total. But you feel Essex have lost 1 or even 2 wickets too many here. It's just a little bit too wide there from Tulloch, but They're a good bowl. They are a good bowling unit with plenty of options. And initially, really, it's that spell from Bex Tyson that put the skids under Essex, and Amanda J. Wellington has followed suit from the Graham Gooch end. Question now, I guess there's still plenty of time. You can't afford to lose more wickets. You've got to try and find a way of getting to 200 and hoping that the bowlers can make an early impact. At the moment, Hampshire will be thinking that they can bowl Essex out here and be chasing perhaps even less than that. That was nicely executed. Just still away into the onside for a single. An important partnership now for these two. Yes, at the moment, you just feel that Cordelia Griffith injury has almost sort of been like a turning point of the season, but I hope that doesn't prove to be the case. That's better, that's more encouraging. That's one of the shots of the day. It's a lovely shot away wide of mid-on for 4 runs. And Sophia Smell will put a smile on the faces of the youngsters watching on, the majority of whom I'm sure are hoping Essex do well. 1 or 2 of them probably aren't that bothered either way, but I'm sure those with just enjoying the day and not being at school. But that was a good stroke. It was lovely placement for 4 runs. That was really well timed as well. She started well here, Smell. That was a yard either side. That was going to go for 4 as well. So an encouraging start for Sophia Smell, who's very much playing the all-rounders role in this Essex team. 91 for 5. And just looking at her stats for this season, she averages 22, top score of 34. But on the evidence of what we've seen, there is a big score around the corner for her. If she could get it today, that would make a big difference in this game. 91 for 5.
Yes, she's made starts, hasn't she, this season? But there's no reason to take Jade Wellington off. Good leave. Little bit of turn there. Again, nice looking defensive shot. This time rocks onto the back foot, cuts it away for 1. Good fielding in the deep keeps them down to a single.
Yes, it would be good to see Essex get themselves up to a competitive score in this innings.
And that is a beauty.
That's a really
Just
good
a
leg break,
little
isn't it?
bit, yes, exactly. Just a little bit of turn. Tentative prod is beaten. Stride forward this time from Joe Gardner. End of the over. 1 run from it. 92 for 5. And any chance of reaching that 200 rests pretty much on the shoulders of these two, you feel?
We've been talking about this as a long competition in terms of its qualification format, and you've got to get up in the top three, but still, I mentioned that game against Warwickshire in the Blast. It looks a very big one, and if they were able to win it, Essex, although they got tough games to come, that would give some renewed momentum in that particular competition. That game against Warwickshire is on Wednesday, July the 1st, and in fact it marks that's just driven up towards mid-off, and there's no run. They mark their return actually in the Blast on that 28th of June match against the Blaze. So to switch of formats with this 50 over format at Blackpool on Tuesday the 23rd, and then the Blaze here, I think that's a standalone game on the 28th, which will be in the afternoon, and then they've got that game against Warwickshire. The Blaze will be difficult, there's no doubt about that, the way they're playing in both formats this season. And so, switching between formats at the moment, in the women's game.
It's been a good decision to bring Bex Tyson back. Certainly the runs have dried up again.
6th over for Tyson. Oh, it's in the air but safe, and that's going to go away for 4. Late adjustment, but pretty well played by Jo Gardner. Probably not been at her best this season, but that was well done. That was hit safely clear of the fielder and away for 4. So just denting Tyson's figures a little bit more, but not surprised that Tyson's come back because of the fact that she's had that success already, and these two have been the biggest dangers. And so clearly the thinking from a Hampshire point of view is they might be able to almost put the game to bed with more wickets.
Wellington 2 for 10 off 4 overs. Superb bowling from her. Big wickets too in Flo Miller and Ariana Dowse. Flo Miller another called up to the A team. Smale cuts that away well, and Fielder loses her footing again and manages to throw the ball quite a long way over the bowler's head, but no harm done. This time the sweep is absolutely nailed.
Two good shots from Jo Gardner.
Yeah, and we've seen a couple of wickets fall when people have taken on the sweep against Jade Wellington, but Jo Gardner absolutely got that bang on. Well played.
She's struggled to find her best form in the Blast, but looked in good touch here.
Yeah, you're right, but she has played a few half decent innings in this. Oh, and that's an edge. It bounces in front of Slip, who does actually well to stop it in the end. So I think she was looking at to guide it backward of square.
Yeah, it's just talking about we're switching in formats at the moment. The fact they've got this trip to Blackpool in the 50 over competition coming up next Tuesday, and then so those 2 games coming up in the Blast. The Blaze here on Sunday the 28th will be an afternoon game, and then that pretty important game. I think if they get a win against the Blaze, that would be a real bonus. But the critical one I think they need to win is Warwickshire at Edgbaston on July the 1st, and then we get into double header territory, and we'll be here for the Surrey women's match on July the 5th, and of course they had some success against the women's match against Surrey at the Oval last year, where Surrey were a little bit depleted, but I think it ended in a tie, but a game that Essex probably ought to have won. But it was very, very exciting stuff. But so hopefully, there's still plenty to come in this season. I think this competition is really going to be about getting as high as they can in the table. But in the Blast, there's still plenty to play for. 13 points from 6 games, so there's 7 off the lead. I say the Blaze coming here on the 28th of June. But the importance of that Warwickshire game is that Warwickshire, who have been doing reasonably well in this competition, are yet to trouble the scorers in the Blast, which is a bit of a mystery all round. The men rather emulating that for a while as well. It's been very, very strange to see both the Warwickshire men's and women's sides struggling so much in the shortest format, but that game's so important because if they can, I think the Blaze game will be a bonus if they win that, but if they can win that game at Edgbaston, then they're going to be within shouting distance of the top 4, which is what you need to be in the competition. So that will really keep the interest going in terms of the potential of getting through to the knockout stages.
Yeah, well, we just had the scorecard up, so you could see what happened earlier. If you're just joining us now, a bit of a steady stream of wickets falling as far as Essex were concerned. These two, though, just fighting back at the moment. Joe Gardner and
some good figures there. What Amanda J. Wellington 2 for 15 off 5, and Bex Tyson, despite that boundary, 2 for 24 and 6. Those two have been the standouts. And
yep.
The Essex, looking at the Essex lineup there, you can see Tail has been starts, but no one's been able to push on. Both Scrivens and Grucock in particular were looking good. But,
and for the Hampshire fans watching us at the moment, Rhianna Southby's been having quite a lot of treatment throughout this break at the halfway point in the innings. But the physio's been working very hard, and she seems okay and looks as if she will be carrying on. Obviously some niggle has emerged. There we go, there's we like to see the wagon wheel. There have been boundaries. A lot of wickets as well, that's been the trouble.
Yes, probably a couple too many, but can Essex, these two have settled in well, but on previous occasions when there appeared to be a partnership building, Hampshire have struck, but encouraging to see Joe Gardner batting fluently, and say maybe if these two can stay together, there's still a potential of a competitive score, but I think Hampshire will at this stage feel they've got the game in their pocket, but things can happen, and first thing from their point of view is to make sure their wicketkeeper's all right, and she's still down in getting treatment.
Everyone else is pretty much ready to go, so
I need her.
Yes, quite. Can't quite start without the keeper.
Well, I think we know who's going to win the World Cup match at Headingley. Bangladesh made 77 for 8 against Australia, which one suspects won't be enough.
Was that in their full 20?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I think there's 3 games today in the competition. India against the Netherlands, that's also at Leeds, and then tonight Pakistan against South Africa. Probably South Africa will be favourites for that one. So here's Bex Tyson, who's now got 2 for 24 and 6. Can Sophia Smale and Joe Gardner put together a significant partnership? We've gone past the 100 at the halfway point of the innings. get to 200 at the end? Well, that probably would be a reasonable position from where they are. Had to reach for that, gets it away for a single out to Poppy Tulloch. They do. It's always partly because whenever these two sides play each other in the women's game, Hampshire always seem to win, but they do look a pretty formidable outfit, Hampshire. But Essex's day will come against them. It's a question of whether it's going to be today or not. At the moment, the odds are against it, but you never know. And that single away into the covers will help. And one thing, say, we identified earlier, the difference between Essex this season and last season was just pulled out of the reach of mid-wicket, and that's going to go away for 4. So a little bit of a partnership taking shape here. These two can be careful in their shot selection. There's no reason why they can't put together a partnership to get Essex back into the game. But it was just that ruthlessness they showed against Warwickshire here in particular that was different to last season and really bodes well. But then when you have major injury setbacks, it doesn't help. And the fact that also, we mentioned the strengths as a single there, the strength of Hampshire, but my word, they pushed Hampshire in that game at Utility Bowl in the Blast. And on another day, they might have won. Just got away with that slightly. He could easily have gone into the hands of Short Fine, but fine enough. And that's a reasonably profitable over from an Essex perspective. 110 for 5, Gardner 18 and Smale 17, so 24 overs to go. And I guess it all depends, Guy, on whether they can keep wickets in hand. But
yes,
at the moment, 200, it probably won't be enough, but in a very optimistic scenario, if these two could stay together, they might push on towards 225, 230, but still plenty of work to do.
Yeah, talking of work to do, there's a bit of scaffolding going on. He'd have had a very good view of the match as well on one of the blocks of flats just overlooking the ground. It's nicely played by Joe Gardner, who gets down the wicket to just help that round the corner. These two put on 31 now, the biggest partnership so far for Essex in this match, the opening one of 33, so these two closing in on equalling that. Jade Wellington really has bowled so tidily. Nice looking drive for nothing. And again.
We mentioned that Warwickshire are a different in this competition compared to the Blast, where they've struggled and yet to win a game, and they're going well today at Exmouth.
Just helped into the leg side, and they'll pick up a single.
Where they're 146 for 2 at the halfway stage against Somerset, and Amu Suren Kumar is 56 from 67 balls, so nicely placed in that one.
Mm. No, I think Essex would probably swap that. I almost feel that these two have decided that they've just got to see Jade Wellington off in many ways.
Somerset using an out-of-county venue to host that one, Exmouth in Devon, so I'm sure that will be hopefully nicely supported today. Decent weather down there, and so Warwickshire are going well in this competition in the top 4, having a good outing so far. So these two trying to scramble together a partnership. It's going to be Georgia Adams.
Just looking, it's Liberty Heap who is set up to come in next by the looks of things, looking at the bench.
Nice fresh feel to the day compared to yesterday, actually. There's a nice breeze, And more blue sky now. Oh, that's an absolute ripper. What a terrific delivery. It's just gone straight through Smale and knocked out her off stump. That's a terrific piece of bowling from Georgia Adams. And the tale of the day is that just when you think Essex might be getting a partnership together, when a delivery like that comes along, and that was high quality indeed. No doubting that. That's a pretty good bowling change for Adams to come back on and immediately have that effect. I mean, that's just a cracking delivery. And let's see, it just seemed to go straight on.
Yes, didn't do a lot, did it?
No.
Played down the wrong line, maybe.
Playing for turn that wasn't there.
Yes.
Took out the off stump. It was going enough to rip the off stump out of the ground. It's a nice sight for a spinner, but yeah, but
not for the batter. No.
No. So yes, Sophia Smell had started well, but Essex starting to run out of batters here.
It's just this has been the problem, really. Apart from Annika Bosch, everybody else has made a start, but hasn't been able to go on. Everyone else has got to double figures, but not got on to make the big innings that Essex need at the moment.
Liberty Heap gets some delivery she probably wasn't expecting there.
I imagine that's a no ball, isn't it?
A no ball. It is a no ball. Really had to be, because it was shoulder height, and it will be a free hit. So Gardner's on strike with Heap having taken the single from that stroke out to deep square leg. Well, it's made pretty good use of that. It's not been a very good day this for Essex so far, but they probably weren't expecting Adams, after a terrific delivery which knocked over Sophia Smell, to bowl a shoulder high full toss and then off the free hit a half tracker.
Indeed, she'd been unlucky not to get the maximum there.
Yeah, very close. But they got 4 runs from the free hit. So Joe Gardner probably couldn't quite believe it. So it's been a mixed over this from Adams, but it doesn't change the fact that Hampshire is still bang on top. 118 for 6. But actually, if Joe Gardner can get a 50 here, that will, whatever happens in the rest of the game, that will be something good for Essex to take out of the game. You've always got to look for positives in a tricky situation like this one.
She's now the top scorer in the innings.
Playing pretty well. 24 from 30 balls. But as Guy was saying, no one has gone on from a series of quite promising starts, with the exception of the South African newcomer Bosch, who only lasted 3 balls, which was disappointing for the youngsters here, who would have been looking forward to seeing her, and indeed some of the older spectators as well. Good few in. It's the way to right in particular, in the pavilion area and the Tom Pearce stand, and actually in the green bucket seats which are between the executive boxes and the pavilion. There's a good few in there as well, and hopefully the intention to get a good crowd in for the Blaze, which 28th of June will come off. They'll need the support there, because the Blaze have really been the form side of the season in the women's game, but let's hope for a similar day to this one, Guy, because that'll be not too hot. Blue sky, sunshine will be good.
The two batters just having a little conversation. Interesting to see whether Liberty Heap can showed so much promise earlier on in her career at Manchester Originals and then Lancashire, but rather lost away in the last couple of years. Whether she can bounce back. As he flicks that away nicely for a single. It'll only be one Turned that into a full toss, but the fielder on the boundary takes it first bounce, and Joe Gardner practices the shot several times because
It was a bit close to deep square,
Yeah.
too close for comfort, that.
but also it probably should have been a 6.
Yeah.
Well, Slip was interested in the LB, but nobody else was
Yeah, she
particularly.
didn't quite get the stroke, did she? So it ended up not being too far away from a catch to deep square, where, as you say, she would have been hoping to pick that one up and hit it into the apartments.
Joe Gardner, quick to see that there was a single there. Liberty Heap then had to put on the afterburners.
So it's still a tall order, but another 100 runs will be very useful for Essex here.
Three singles from the over so far. And that's the way it will stay. So 123 for 6 after 29.
I notice Essex have also got a game coming up on Sunday at Colchester,
They have.
which is in the county T20 Cup, isn't it?
Yes.
Basically, they're playing one of the qualifiers. So, funny enough, we were talking about Colchester on air during the championship match against Leicestershire. Of course, one of the great Essex outgrounds.
It's a decent crowd today. We're just seeing pictures of the stand next to us.
Adams again. Oh, he's been a real mixed bag here, George Adams. I mean, after that wicket-taking delivery, wasn't the best after that, but that was another good one. And she's got, that's another. I'm sure it's another no ball. It is. Well, how strange this is, because two have almost slipped out of her hands here. That's put away for 4, and there will be a free hit to follow. I'll tell you what, in a tighter match situation, but certainly if it was a T20 game, it would be a real problem. But and she's also bowled 2 of those now.
Yeah.
So that's a problem for her. It means that
Has she got to come out of the
she has
attack?
been ordered off in Scottish football parlance.
Yes. So
How strange that someone of her experience and should get himself into that situation.
I remember Jofra Archer doing that in a test match against South Africa, trying to.
But it's going to be a free hit. I mean, it's strange this, because Hampshire have got this game under control, but Georgia Adams has found a way of having to get herself taken out of the attack.
But yes, tough on Liberty Heap. She played that really well, but now she's got to face a pace bowler.
So Poppy Tulloch. Oh, I'll tell you what, that's lucky it was a free hit, because it's skied away off the bat. I probably may not have played the same shot, of course, had it not been. But I mean, that was a miscue.
But I think that's tough for a batter. You're expecting spin, and then suddenly a completely different pace comes
Now,
on.
of course, if that happened off his next ball, it would be a wicket. But the point would be that I think if Tulloch does get a wicket here, I think Essex will feel slightly aggrieved. But it's seam instead of spin. Having said that, if they've got if it was a situation that they had to have a light for light bowler, they've got quite a few options. But what a strange period of play that was. Georgia, not in amongst those 2 shoulder high full tosses, there were a couple of cracking deliveries from Adams, one of which got a wicket. That's nice controlled stroke away through the offside. Well, Joe Gardner's been impressive in this innings, and wonder if it might be a platform for her for a good second half to the season. But she needs to kick on, as nobody's managed to do so far. No one quite sure where that had gone. It makes its way down to fine leg, and it's just a single. Joe Gardner did make 34 against Durham, but not quite been at her most fluent. .36 for the ECB Women's 11 against India women on the 25th of May. It would have been right at the start of the heat wave. It was on the bank holiday Monday, I think that was. So a few scores in the 30s. It's a challenge here, and she'll hope it's with Liberty Heap for as long as possible. Heap, another batter to get into double figures here for Essex, joining the list. Try and build this partnership that's been elusive. And as I say, Guy, every time we've talked about one just taking shape, a wicket has gone down. But a very strange period of play.
Yes.
Georgia Adams has not been ordered off the field, we should stress. She's still out there. But it's very strange, someone of her experience, to bowl two very high full tosses. The ball obviously just slipping out of her hand. But because of that, she cannot bowl again.
No, but we have had the 6 bowlers, so they will cope with the absence of the skipper. And I think we're going... I think Jade Wellington is going to have a rest. Amanda Jade Wellington, and back into the attack will come Naomi Ditani. Bowled 5 overs already.
Yes, and done her customary certainly Amanda J. Wellington and and Bex Tyson have done a fair amount of damage. Ditani's been relatively tidy.
Yes, she has. She right at the top of the... She bowled the first 5 overs, a spin at the other end, who took the wicket in the first 10 overs, but she kept the brakes on. Decent looking shot from Liberty Heap, but straight to mid-off. But 20 overs still to go in the innings, so no need to panic as such.
Don't want to be bowled out, that's the critical thing.
Yeah. At the moment, just can't...
To be too much in the pitch to necessarily worry the batters, so all credit to Hampshire for taking the wickets they have.
Yes, we're waiting for replays and seeing that the ball maybe didn't turn or jag as much as we thought, but they've kept the ball in the right place, Hampshire. Done very well. So Ditani coming back and doing exactly what she did at the top of the innings. Make life difficult for the batters to score. Joe Gardner now coming down to have a word with Liberty Heap.
Probably more sunshine actually than was forecast today.
Absolutely, it was supposed to be pretty grey most of the day. Off, there's a big inside edge. At least bring a run.
Certainly heatwave conditions forecast for Friday here for the men's championship match, that big game against Nottinghamshire. Might even be a rarity of winning with toss and batting at Chelmsford.
It's today if you're joining. They lost the toss and still batted, so that's played defensively. So just the single off the over, a very good one.
Yeah, so it's been a good day for Hampshire so far, with a couple of 3 missed fields we can think of, and there's 2 very high full tosses that have taken Georgia Adams out of the attack. But those are exceptions to the general rule. The general rule has been very good bowling, giving little away, not offering many scoring opportunities, and taking Essex wickets at a fairly regular rate, which has denied the home side any chance of really building a platform from which they could get the sort of score that they'd like. But 132 for 6 with 19 overs to go. If they can bat through the 50, there's still the potential of getting another 90 to 100 runs. Wide from Tulloch, whose figures, of course, on the screen now look very unusual. She just bowled the first ball of an over, but she's showing us 3.5 overs, none for 18, and that's because she had to finish a Georgia Adams over. Oh, one's just bounced a little bit. It's gone away for 4. I think she'll take that. Now, Guy, you might know the answer to this because it's not something I've ever really thought about before. Can Poppy Tulloch actually bowl more than 10 overs, or is she...
Ooh, that's a very good question.
We'll see.
I don't think she can.
No, I don't think she can either.
I think she'll end up at the most bowling 9.4.
So she's going to bowl 9 overs plus the 4
Yeah.
balls from Georgia. Won't be a problem for Hampshire because they've got plenty of options, but it's not something that comes up very often.
No, exactly.
In fact, I can't ever remember on commentary seeing somebody withdrawn from the attack for bowling basically 2 beamers, isn't it? That's the thing.
Yeah. No, I once when it was the international, it was Jofra Archer, and he tried 2 slower balls, and they both went too high, and he got taken out of the attack against South Africa. It's the only other time I can remember
I
it.
imagine from a batter's point of view, they'd be fairly relieved he was
Yes, quite.
withdrawn from the attack at that point. Jofra back in action in the Test match, and where New Zealand are batting 26 for 1, and all four of the seamers have got into the action, with Matthew Fisher taking the wicket. In a very strange build-up to that particular Test match, it really has.
Yes, quite.
There will, of course, quite a confident shout that from Tulloch.
Yes. You can see
She's
why
still got-
she thought that she had a chance looking at it again.
She's
Paul
having a chat.
Baldwin said no.
Yes, she's having a quick word saying, is that out or not? But I saw a couple of very confident shouts on Monday at Leicester. That wasn't one quite as confident and turned down, but she thought there was something on for her there. One feature of the women's summer, of course, we've got the Women's World Cup at the moment, and then a women's Test match at Lord's, hopefully on a better pitch than we saw last week. You see quite a bit of cricket there.
Yes.
Guy. What's your thinking about the issue there in terms of...
I think they play probably too much cricket,
Yeah.
and also it's when you start talking to the ground staff, because you have to. I'll bore you with it at the end of the over.
India, the opponents for that one. It'll be well supported.
That is the end of the over. Basically, because the season starts on April the 3rd, you have to get the pitch ready on March the 3rd. It has to be ready a month in advance. I didn't realise this, but that if you are keeping a ground, and because of the weather conditions in February and early March, they really didn't feel they'd ever got the pitch in where they needed it to be. And then that's what you're stuck with for the rest of the season. That it's the fact that the season starts so early now is not helping anybody's pitch particularly.
But it rained all February, but I do remember first week of March there was a mini heat wave. So maybe
So
that sort of distorted weather, didn't it?
Exactly.
quite extraordinary. And another heat wave appears to be just around the corner for those who enjoy it.
But you rather expect them rather more in June and July than
May.
the beginning of
Even the
March.
first week of March.
Ditani to continue, but the pitch has been struggling a bit for a few years at Lords. Either nothing happens or too much happens. Punched away for a single, Joe Gardner.
Yeah, playing nicely here, Gardner. And in a situation where it's been a bit of a struggle, I mean, for Essex to build partnerships, Joe Gardner can have a good outing here. That will certainly be a positive from the day, whatever happens.
Yes. And she just checked her attacking.
Let's talk about that
ambitions,
Bangladesh-Australia game. I think my colleague and sports editor Victoria Polly's doing that game.
Oh,
so
excellent!
That's going to be fairly. She'll have plenty of time to get back. It's going to be a fairly short day.
Oh, but that's really good. Is she
but I
doing
think
it?
actually there might be another game on after it, so it'll be a slightly extended day.
Is she doing a few commentaries for TMS during the World Cup?
I think she's doing those two games at Headingley today. I think there's a double heading at Headingley, and then there's the one-off game at I think it's at Edgbaston tonight, Pakistan against South Africa. I think she's doing the two at Leeds. The second one being India against the Netherlands.
That's a very nice looking shot for nothing. There have been a few of those from Liberty Heap against Ditani so far in these last couple of overs. But Ditani just one run off this over so far. Naught for 19 coming to the end of a seventh. She really has made life difficult for the batters and put her fielders in the right place.
Yes, it's a good idea to have double headers at the same venue in the Women's World Cup, but when I queried when I was at the Oval doing a championship match, why are the two semi-finals at the Oval on different days when they're both at the Oval? Money.
Yes, quite so.
Well, that would have been interesting it would have been a cracking atmosphere to have both on the same day at the Oval.
Yeah, but that's only one crowd. It isn't two crowds.
Yes, and unless they pay double, it doesn't. It doesn't fill the coffers as they would have wanted. So where are we? 141 for 6, 33 overs. Another little partnership taking shape. It's a story of a day, isn't it? Essex batters getting into double figures, getting into the 20s. And could this pair just consolidate? And if they're still together with 5 overs to go, I mean, there could still be a decent score on. So Tulloch again. It's a nice looking shot.
Good stop by
Well
Ditani.
stopped by Ditani.
It's particularly when it's jumping out of footmarks of used wickets. That is not the easiest piece of fielding to do.
That. Say, weather much nicer than forecast. By this point, it was meant to be virtually all cloud. Scampering through for a single. So, in terms of partnerships in this innings, we may be certainly looking at one of the bigger ones here.
It's the third biggest thus far.
But the other two aren't that far ahead of it, I would have
133, 132, and this now 30.
Yeah. And that's the story of the game so far. Hampshire striking just when an Essex pair looked like they might be building something. Ooh, that's interesting.
Insect.
I think it's an insect or...
That's an insect.
Yeah. Something's got in the eye line there. Well, quite right, Joe Gardner. If you can't see, then you want to make sure that you're recovered and set for the next ball. We're talking about the strength of this Hampshire side. Obviously, they have international calls on a regular basis, but the fact that Nancy Harman can come in and top the Essex averages with one knock, and now she
can't get in the first 11 for Hampshire.
Back with Hampshire, can't play for Essex in this game. Still on loan, we understand. But
yeah, that was a bizarre situation because I went through the Hampshire squad, and she's in the Hampshire squad for this match.
But that was the thing. It was So technically, they could withdraw the loan, and she could play.
Yeah. Rihanna Southby standing up now, and that's cutting some of the options for the batters.
No, that's well placed. It's a good calculated shot. Just had to make sure I didn't hit it straight to Datani, but it was just about far enough away from Datani, and I think that more or less does take us to the biggest stand of the
It does.
partnership of the innings. So 147 for 6. A little bit of a recovery here for Essex, and promising to see. Joe Gardner, who's been a little bit short of runs generally this season, is playing really well, and Liberty Heap has come in and given good support, and they're going along at actually Liberty Heap is going the quicker for two. She's close to a run a ball at this point. Joe Gardner 29 from 43, but a little bit of a fight back here from Essex, and the key thing is now not to give it away and bat through this innings, and in the closing stages the run should come.
Yes, that didn't look so likely at 112 for 6, but these two have fought back well. 35 they've now added. And I think that Joe Gardner's playing very sensibly. She's slowed down a little since the start of her innings, knowing she's got to stay there essentially if they are to fill out the 50 overs. Liberty Heap is a little more liberty, pun intended, to keep the scoreboard ticking along. Someone got quite excited about the run out there. I don't think there was a chance. It was Maya Bouchier who spotted that Liberty Heap had gone down the wicket a little bit. She didn't think that she missed by much, and it might have been quite tight. This is again very tidy from Datani. This is her 8th over, so she'll only have a couple left after this. Yet to take a wicket, but it's kept the scoreboard very tight. Bit of a slip there from Joe Gardner as she looked to turn, but there was only ever one run there anyway. Abby Norgrove with the fielding again. Again, Norgrove keeps them down to a single. Nice looking shot though from Liberty Heap. And for the third time, singles taken out to Norgrove in the deep. 150 comes up though for Essex.
Yes, Essex, who had that run of 3 wins in a row, didn't they, in this competition after a few defeats at the start?
Yeah, 4-3 and then 2 defeats again.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you do have to be very consistent to get through in this competition. It's a quite tough qualification format over a long period of. But it's let's say this competition at the top level of the women's game is a much closer bridge to international cricket than the equivalent competition in the men's, which is more of a development competition. But the standard of that has gone up in the last couple of seasons. Poppy Tulloch.
No, this is almost the women's version of the county championship, isn't it?
Yes. And away for a couple of runs. That's a good analogy, actually. But of course, long form cricket is still, it's not rare, but you know, you don't get that many women's test matches.
No, absolutely.
You get as part of the Ashes, of course. It's a single down towards fine leg, but the test match against India this year in July is it's a addition to the schedule, and I think what test matches there will be are likely to be involving India and Australia, possibly South Africa.
Yeah. But it's
Probably
always
the other side's not quite strong enough. Although Ireland might say that they
yes.
gave it a good go yesterday. Yes, that last week of the Women's World Cup, I'm sure there'll be a lot, as we get to a knockout stage, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of interest. Hopefully the weather will be good. 2 semi-finals at the Oval, and then final at Lord's. Nice delivery from Tulloch. But England overdue success in a major competition, and yeah, not the most straightforward of games last night, but they'll get through their group all right. And you feel it's just a question of who they get in the semi-final and how they perform on the day.
And it's whether anybody can beat Australia, isn't it, really?
Yeah. Probably want to delay playing Australia for as long as possible, or hope they're in the other semi-final and that they suffer a shock defeat.
Yes, quite.
Which reminds me a bit of the last the last T20 World Cup for the men as well. There's an element of that in it. Well, bowled tidily enough here. Tulloch hadn't taken a wicket, but had to come on surprisingly for herself, I guess, when Georgia Adams was taken out of the attack. But at least Essex have got a partnership going, and they've just got past that 30 mark where the other partnerships have been stalling. And we've got 14 overs left, 155 for 6. If these two can stay together, still get this score up to around about 230, 235. which will at least give Hampshire something to think about. You feel that's got to be the objective now. I'm sure 200 wouldn't be enough on this pitch, so question of staying in tandem and then hopefully be able to score briskly towards the end.
Amanda Jade Wellington back into the attack. Field is well set back now, so there are plenty of singles to be had. These two have now put on 44. Does bowl a lovely length.
A smile on her face, she's enjoying herself. Amanda J. Wellington here. She tends to have been doing this season against Essex.
Just drops that a little bit shorter, and it's cut away nicely by Liberty Heap, who's impressed. She got a little inside edge early on in her innings that just missed the stumps, but apart from that, she's really given excellent support for Jo Gardner. And Jo Gardner absolutely nails that sweep. That's a really good shot. Might take a little while to come back, looking to where the ball has ended up.
One of the most extraordinary collapses of the season has happened in that game at Exmouth, where the Warwickshire 50 over side has turned into their T20 side. I think when we last updated it, they were 2 down.
140 for 2 or something?
They're 160 all out.
What?
In the 34th over. Olivia Barnes and Lola Harris with 4 wickets apiece. Absolutely extraordinary collapse.
Drop and go. Nicely played by the two batters.
Yes, they were 151 for 2, and they lost their last 8 for 9.
And that is the 50 partnership up for these two. So well played, and I think Jo Gardner is calling for different pads or boots or something or other. Various other players are sitting down. Yes, she's stripped off her pads. Something is irritating Jo Gardner. I think has she got something in a shoe. Certainly, there's quite a lot of hilarity going on amongst the fielders as they try and work out what's going on.
A bit of a pause here. What signals to a dressing room? Drink. Certainly.
Yes, there's all sorts of calls going on as to what is required. And I think Jo Gardner's having to walk off and explain exactly what she needs. The drinks are brought on for the fielding team. Liberty Heap is still signalling that she needs something.
Oh, it's been a good recovery here by Essex, and I suppose the biggest disappointment, Annika Bosch just lasting 3 deliveries, but that can happen getting out early in an innings, and I'm sure she's going to be, with her international record, she's going to be a very useful acquisition for Essex in the closing part of the season, or second half of the season. We're not quite getting the closing part yet. Was
new shoes that were required, interestingly. Yeah. I'm not sure I've ever seen new shoes being summoned before for a match, but Jo Gardner obviously had a problem with the old bear, which are being escorted off the field. Now she'll need to pad up again. Bowlers doing stretches and exercises. And, yes, something you don't see every day.
We've got a second extended break here, haven't we?
Yes, exactly. We had the normal scheduled drinks break, but we've had a second one, and we haven't quite. There's still one ball left of this over, so I think the shoes must have fallen apart quite badly to have to change them. Midstream, pads are back on. Just need the gloves and bat now. Yeah, okay, we're ready to go. It's a bit tough on Liberty Heap as well, because she had to kind of wait while it was all happening. Not that you'd know it from the shot she's played. Very nicely done. Eight off the over. 50 partnership came up, so these two giving Essex at least something to defend when they bowl in the Hampshire innings.
Well, they've gone past the score that Warwickshire made today, hasn't
Yes.
it? It's amazing that. But, yeah, 13 overs to go. And good partnership here between these two. 112 when they came together, 50 stand.
Yep.
Now here's Hannah Hardwick coming back.
It's the first time she's bowled from this end.
Brisk breeze, lovely blue sky, low 20s. Really about as nice a summer's day as you could wish for. It won't be too long, because before everyone's saying it's too hot, or a lot of people are saying it's too hot. Some people, of course, enjoy the very hot weather, but this is the sort of day that no one will complain about. In the end, neither one thing nor the other. A bit squarer, and that might have gone for 4, and a bit finer, it would have also gone for 4, but it was straight to the fielder. But it's been a good. Just got to try and make a game of this. Essex kept the score up towards 230. It's probably not enough, but you've got to, from their point of view, make sure they've got a chance. Tell you what, it'd be a pretty good game to win from 112 for 6.
Yes, I remember you saying if they could get to 200, and me thinking there's no chance, and yet here these two have just given them a sniff of posting that sort of target, maybe a few more.
Jo Gardner's still a little bit unhappy. She's
She's not quite comfortable, is she?
No.
Something isn't right.
maybe just lost her timing a bit as well.
She's not quite finding the gap she was an over or so ago.
So 12 overs left plus this one delivery. That's pretty well done actually there by Southby. Had to react to that one, make sure it didn't go through her. 164 for 6 then, Gardner 41, Heap 27 and 12 overs to go, and if Jo Gardner can get 250 it would be her second of the campaign, and if she gets anything beyond that it'll be a high score of the campaign.
Yes indeed, so just the one run off that over. It was nicely bowled by Hannah Hardwick, who of course removed Grace Scrivens to her delight earlier on for her first wicket in the competition. this year. And the Australian Amanda Jade Wellington do continue from the Graham Gooch end. That was a very strange moment because there was a high full toss that Liberty Heap clambered into and very nearly, I think, gave a catch on the boundary. Instead, they just take a single.
Well, Helen McLaughlin was pretty annoyed with herself. She didn't hang on to that. She got both hands to it. She's close to the rope. I don't know if we'll see it again, but that was a nice leg break from Amanda Jade Wellington.
It was a nice work by the wicket-keeper, but I think that it was excellent work by Joe Gardner to actually get her back foot back and in. Because yes, it was Ella McCorgan who was underneath that pull shot off the full toss from Liberty Heap. That's really well bowled. In fact, it does well to dig it out, the batter, on that occasion. That's a terrific bit of fielding out on the boundary because it was a good shot.
Well, one of today's score lines in international cricket reminds me of a saying of Trevor Bailey, who was part of the Essex side when Australia came in 1948 at Southend. And he said Essex were the only team to bowl Australia out in a day on that tour, but the slight snag was they made 721.
Yes, that's right.
And the Afghanistan captain in the one-day international against India at Lucknow might be saying something similar because they bowled India out, but India made 402. So,
yes.
So a similar scenario. That's probably enough for India, I reckon. And talking of international cricket today, a result coming in at Headingley, where Australia in the Women's World Cup have beaten Bangladesh by 9 wickets with 10 overs and 3 balls remaining. Georgia Bowl 45 from 32 and Elise Perry playing in her slipstream 19 from 15, but very one-sided game. I don't particularly think it'll be that much closer in the afternoon game, but we'll see. Oh, just missing out there. Not the best delivery.
Yes, might have been a wide on another day as well.
Yeah, slightly surprised unless it hit something. So what Hampshire have done is they've just applied a little bit of a break. These two still together, but they've just lost a bit of their earlier fluency.
I think it was from the boot change that they've seemed to have slipped up.
Oh, that's more like it. That's one of the shots of the day from Liberty Heap. Lovely stroke down the ground. And a few more of those in the next 10 overs would be just what Essex would want.
It really was a good shot, wasn't she?
Tremendous
Absolutely
stroke, yeah.
nailed it.
It feels like a decent batting pitch, this, and really want 250. But I mean, if Essex can get 230, that's at least going to put them in with a shout. Boucher feeling right in front of us now, long on. Got to check the drive there. Did Heap. This has been a very good stand from 112 to 171 for 6, and we've got 10 overs left. And the ideal thing for Essex is these two can bat through for most of that and accelerate towards the end. Hampshire have shown their qualities again. Had to reach of that, gets a single.
Yep.
and goes up to 60. Nice stroke with an angle bat. Probably 2. Have to come back for the second fairly quickly. There's hesitation, and in the end the throw's come to the wrong end, and not when it was actually relayed to the bowler. She couldn't gather it in cleanly, so it was. That was. I think there probably always was
there
2.
Were.
But
I don't
there was
know
a
why.
bit of hesitation, which almost caused a problem. And Hampshire probably feel they should have affected the run out. They would have done if a throw had come to the bowler's end in the first instance. 174 for 6 after 40. Gardner 44 and Heap 34.
I just don't know why Liberty Heap didn't go. She was certainly being called through by Joe Gardner, and there were always 2. No, strange.
Gardner
Anyway,
was 2/3 of the way down before Heap set off.
yeah, quite.
Unfortunately, the relay throw didn't work out. Wasn't gathered in cleanly. But it's been a good fight back, this. And Hampshire will feel they've done the hard work in the first half of the innings, but they're going to have some sort of a target to chase.
Yeah, 10 overs to go. Another single. Discretion, the better part of valour there. There may have been a single on another day, but it wasn't worth a risk. Very tidy stuff. How many overs has she bowled? This is her final over, and I think Middlesex will be very glad to see the back of the spell. That's well played by...
She's done enough damage against Essex this season.
Yes, quite.
So that little cameo with the bat at Southampton in the last game was important. And obviously wreaked havoc with the ball a couple of weeks back.
A little inside edge probably saved Liberty Heap on that occasion.
So we've had today a stunning collapse and an impressive recovery in the not just here but also in the game between Durham and Yorkshire.
Well, that came out of nowhere. What a shot from Liberty Heap. It very nearly cleared the sideboard.
Yeah.
That certainly has entertained the crowd. They've been waiting for a 6 and they finally got one, and it was the final ball bowled by Amanda Jade Wellington, who will be, I imagine, slightly miffed to just see her figures slightly rearranged like that. She's still taken 2 for 39.
I wonder if Liberty Heap might be able to make an impact in the latter half of the Blast, because she seems to have that sort of game, doesn't she, Guy?
That was some shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, she has played in the Blast, hasn't she? This is her first one-day outing.
It's 41 from 44. That's good going. Yes, we mentioned that game earlier. Durham was 64 for 6. They've got up to 177 for 9 in the 46th over against Yorkshire, Chester Street. So that's a good recovery. Essex weren't quite that badly off, 6 down, but they've also recovered. It's good use of the feet, and once they got past the bowler, no one was going to stop that. Probably not too far away from Hannah Hardwick, but tell you what, this is impressive stuff from Liberty Heap.
Really is, isn't it? Coming in at number 8.
Just over her head. She stretched out her arms, but couldn't stop that. But 45 from 47, fact, these two more or less level pegging now.
Yes.
What a good partnership this has been.
75.
Say the first half of this innings was a little bit discouraging from an Essex point of view. It felt like same again against Hampshire, but this has been a really good recovery. It's played out into the offside and there's no run.
Jo Gardner is a really good judge of a run as well, isn't she? So saw that the fielders were just set back outside the ring, knew there was one there.
Got 8 more overs to go after this one. And that's a well executed shot. That really was. That was very, very nicely swept away.
That's a 50.
And it's most impressive. 2 really impressive innings here. So we mentioned that Jo Gardner has got one previous 50. That's her second. The earlier one was an even 50. This one coming off 68 balls, and with that being her 6th 4. There's Bex Tyson. This pops up into the onside off the pad. But this has been a really good partnership, which has just brought Essex back into the game. They've added 81 now, in fact.
Jo Gardner's 50 came off 68 balls, including 6 fours.
So Gardner 51 and Heap 46, 193 for 6 and 42 overs gone. And these two were to skate together. 250 is not out of the equation. That's probably a bit optimistic, but it's particularly the way that Heap's been striking the ball has been very impressive. Just get the feeling, though, Guy, that Hampshire did very well in the first half of that innings. And this is a pretty good pitch.
Yes, and that could come back to bite. And particularly now, I have to say they had the best of the bowling conditions. It was grey overcast for the first 4 or 5 wickets. And now it is clear blue skies above us here in Chelmsford. And certainly the conditions have looked a little bit easier since the sun came out. Well, Poppy Tulloch changing ends.
Spelled at the Graham Gooch end, Poppy Tulloch.
Hardly any cloud at all now. There's little areas of wispy high cloud.
This time Liberty Heat manages to get the no out quick enough. Jo Gardner certainly felt that there may be one there.
Yeah, really impressive fight back, and good to see. It's not been the easiest little period of time here for the Essex women, particularly since the Cordelia Griffith injury.
Yes, yes. A couple of leg byes, I think. Yes, 2 leg byes. Not quite convincing on that occasion from Jo Gardner. It was slightly aerial for a while, but she gets away with it, but goes and has a good long walk to square leg to clear her head. Terrific shot, controlled. Just trying to put a little bit more into that one, Poppy Tulloch, and Jo Gardner was on it very quickly indeed. And the crowd are now warming up and beginning to enjoy this fight back by the Essex women.
Yes, Georgia Adams only bowled 4 overs and one official delivery because there were more balls in that over, but obviously there was the issue with the no ball. But I wonder how many overs that she would have bowled having to be filled from elsewhere.
Yes. Oh, it's a tight single, but well run. And that is the 200 up, which now it is clicked over on the scoreboard, is greeted warmly, as you'd understand, by the crowd here, because that did not look much of a distinct possibility an hour or so ago.
Yeah, it's, hopefully the youngsters who've come today are going to get a decent game.
Well, they would have been hoping for a blistering 4 to bring up the 50 for Liberty Heap. Instead it was a well played forward defensive, and she'll have to wait a little. Still a good over though, 7 from it. 200 for 6 with 7 overs to go.
Well, certainly Bex Tyson's going to bowl out. This is going to be her 9th over, 2 for 43. She took 2 wickets
Yes.
early on, 2 important ones with Grucock, who was going nicely on 17. And then Annika Bosch, of course, 3rd ball could prove to be a very important blow in the game. And that's a 3rd. LBW on the front foot, just going to sweep across the line. And she's had a pretty good day, Bex Tyson, and there's the partnership broken. Jo Gardner goes on 56. The stand was worth 88. It's given Essex a platform in the game. They would have liked those two to have batted through it a bit longer. Important now that Liberty Heap goes on, but well batted Jo Gardner. It's not been the easiest campaign for her, but it's her second 50 in the competition. And in the end, just a nice bit of flight from Tyson, and she's pretty confident about that shout. It was well pitched up, looked to be hitting pretty much in the middle, albeit the batter on the front foot. Middle of the leg maybe it was going into. No issue with height, I don't think. And it's 200 for 7.
Yes. She gets warm applause though as she walks off Jo Gardner, and thoroughly deserved. Kate Kopak out to join Liberty Heap. Now can the tail keep going alongside Liberty Heap for another 6 overs and a bit?
Yeah, it was quite well pitched up. I mean, it had a little bit to do, didn't it?
Yeah, it was
So it's,
pretty close to leg
umpire very
stump.
quick in giving that out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Paul Baldwin was convinced, but
Kate Kopak
bowling.
at the crease, who had a very good blast fixture we mentioned at Southampton. She was superb with the ball. Might have to be so again today against this opposition.
Wasn't far away, was it?
No, I'm going to be giving another return catch to Tyson. And that's better. Good use of the feet. Knowing there was no one at mid-on. Risk being a little bit aerial there. And Maya Boucher coming in from a long-on boundary. So Liberty Heap. Not much left of this over to play with. The more strikes she has, you feel, the way she's been going, 46 and 49. If I think Hampshire should be quite keen to stop the single here. There is a gap at mid-off and at mid-on. I was a little bit surprised. In fact, will go all the way for 4, so she will lose the strike, but it was so well timed. And that is her 50. So back-to-back 50s for Hampshire batters, and Kopak gives her a hug of approval. It's been a really terrific innings there, so close to a run a ball. I thought that for a moment was just going to be a single for her to keep the strike. But in fact, Boucher diving across out of our side at long on, probably thought she was going to get it, but it was so well timed that she couldn't. And what a superb knock this has been. So she will lose a strike at the start of this next over, but I have to say, this innings, particularly from, well, both innings have been very encouraging with obviously Jo Gardner now out, but Liberty Heap, it really has been a very, very impressive knock from her.
It's her
That
first
was her sixth four.
And her first ever 50 in List A matches in her 21st match.
And she had a six as well, and she's got there more or less a runner ball, as close as makes no difference.
Okay, Kopak manages to get off strike. Just.
So Bex Tyson will have one over left. Poppy Tollett going at five, just bowled well enough, but as looking to try and get a fairly quiet over out of the way here for her captain.
Liberty Heap beginning to enjoy herself now, and understandably. But yes, she had a top score of 36 not out in List A. So that's her first, a day she will remember, her first 50 in this format. My word! It's gone miles!
Well, it's really good stuff. You can hear the youngsters getting more and more enthused by this innings. What they want to see is some big hitting, and preferably from the Essex players, and they've certainly got it. I mean, it's been an innings which suggests a real player in form here for Essex, and
well, it's a way of staking a claim for a place in the 50 over side, isn't it, this innings? Coming in with the team in all sorts of trouble at 112 for 6.
You just feel, as I mentioned before, she could be a really important player in the second half of the blast.
Well, since she came in, they've added 100 for 1 wicket. She's got 56 off 53. They've lost the ball. No, you're absolutely right. If she can repeat this form in the blast, that could be a bit of a game changer.
We identified that game at Edgbaston as being crucial. The one here against the Blaze is probably a bit of a free hit, but I mean, if she can come off in that, it'll give them a chance in that one as well.
Well, we wondered if Essex could get to 200. They're now at 212. Nick, who keeps the optimism going, was then talking about 250. Is she out? Is that stumped, or did she get back? Just, I think she got back. It was really well taken from Rihanna Southby.
And Liberty Heat will feel very much at home in the next away game. It was well taken, well done by Southby there.
Just as well, that foot came back down when it did, but it was really good keeping.
Yes. Blackpool will be very much close to home for Liberty Heat.
Yes, of course.
Cumbria Women and Manchester Originals.
It's a good throw, but Liberty Heat was in by a distance.
Georgia Adams thought there she'd redressed
her
errors with the ball by affecting a run out, but it's a good throw. But
it was a good throw, wasn't it? We were just watching the replay. I thought she was in by a long way, and she wasn't in by as much as I thought. Exactly. And they go 2 on the misfield by Georgia Adams. It wasn't much of a misfield. She did well to stop it, but Liberty Heap wanted to make sure she was on strike at the start of the next over, and they grabbed 2. Good over that one for Essex. 10 off it, 215 for 7.
Yeah, if Liberty Heap stays in here, and assuming she has enough partners at the other end, 240 is still very much on. That would be a decent score from 112 for 6, without any doubt. So last over for Tyson. Oh, that's going to be 4, probably not quite where she was intending. I think she's trying to hit it squarer, but it's flown away. And Liberty Heap is really motoring along. I think the original intention there was something a bit square, but it's flown away down to third man.
There is a huge gap there,
Yeah,
so
nobody at
you can
third
see
at all.
why she was aiming
There's
in
a backward
that.
point, but there's nobody at third, either fine or on the boundary. There's another good bit of placement over mid-wicket.
It's a full
And away
toss.
for another 4. Well, this is some innings. I mean, it's turned a game that Essex really weren't anywhere in at all into one where they're posting a competitive score. And I haven't seen too much of her batting, but this is a revelatory innings. It really is very impressive.
Just the
particularly
right
on a day
word.
when the new signing obviously didn't come off. It's just what Essex would have wanted. 223 for 7. Nicely disguised that from Tyson. Just needs to be a bit wary. Tyson's got those nice variations. It's got her 3 wickets here, and she'll be looking to. A key thing for Hampshire would be if she can get Liberty Heap out in this over, her last. That's another nicely played drive. There is a fielder at long off. They will come back for the second because it's had to move across a little bit, and that does keep Heap on strike. So I'll be thinking about maybe this single. Kate Kopach's role is going to be, I think, here just to get the ones and get Heap back on strike. 225 for 7. Crashed away down the ground, and that one again is going to be stopped out of our sight at long off, but again the fielder having to run around behind the wickets. In this case it's Tatani, and can't prevent the second run. Now can she get the single off Bex Tyson's last ball? Bex Tyson's figures not quite as good as they were, 3 for 60. Well, that's gone a long way up and a long way over. What an over for Liberty Heap and Essex. And Bex Tyson, who was very much in control of proceedings in the first half of her spell and bowled extremely well, suddenly went the distance at the end there. And Heap is, to be pardoned the pun, piling them on. 75 from 61, 233 for 7.
Yes, she was accelerating pretty well, getting to a 50, but she's gone up another gear since then. And they took, I couldn't believe it, I had to do the sums, but they took 18 off that final over.
Bex Tyson has been very much
She's been
in
superb,
control, hasn't she?
absolutely.
It doesn't change the fact that she's bowled very well, but she's
That did
her figures are
rearrange
nothing
the
like
figures.
as good as they were.
No. Well, we're just seeing the Liberty Heap wagon wheel, and 3 6s in there. You can see the 4s as well, and she really has looked to plant it back.
If Kate Kopach can take the singles when she's on strike, it's not out of the question that he could get 100 here.
Well, 75 not out, 4 overs to go. Yep. This is some way to improve on your personal best, though. 30 odd not out, and now 75 not out.
Can Kopach find the single?
Datani's got 2 overs left. I think the answer to that is yes, she can find the single. So Liberty Heap back on strike. 3 6s to a name already.
Elsewhere, Durham eventually made 193 after being 60 off for 6 against Yorkshire, and Lancashire 198 for 6 at Blackpool, where Essex are going to next week, against the Blaze. 198 for 6 in the 46th.
And a rare dot, because she'd scored 25 off the 10 balls she's faced since reaching 50, but that's now 25 off 11. She's been, I think, caught behind, I think.
Disappointing end, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anticlimactic.
I could see why she was taking on the shot, and she was a bit unlucky to be caught behind, actually, because she managed to get a little inside edge that carried to the keeper. You don't often see that
Probably
as a way
anticlimactic
out.
that after a fantastic innings. Well done to Naomi Datani, who's kept it pretty tight and has deserved the wicket. Ooh, it was a really soft dismissal. It wasn't her best delivery. It was one where she was trying to heave it away over the onside, and she's just got an edge. Interesting to see where that hit on the bat as well. You know, it's just taken the inside edge and it's gone through to Southbury. So also well done Southbury, because the catches aren't as straightforward when they're going down the leg side.
No,
so.
she did it. She took it well in the end, but no, it's a strange dismissal. I think she's slightly unlucky, actually, Liberty Heap, to see an inside edge in that position actually carry to the keeper. But
I'm sure we'll be relieved, because they probably weren't expecting that onslaught.
Well, 234 for 8. That's still pretty impressive. And Eva Gray picks up a single with her first ball, and if they can just prod the ball around for a bit, try and get to as close as possible to 250, then that's always an ask, having to go at 5 and over. It's been quite close. Oh no, the ball just jagged back in again. I thought that was close to a wide, but Tatani probably deserved a wicket for the way she's bowled today. Really has been tidy. And suddenly it's rather less exciting than it was a few minutes ago, when Liberty Heap was smashing it here, there and everywhere. So they're just 2 runs off the over, and the main news from it was the wicket of Liberty Heap for a magnificent 75
from 63 balls,
Yeah.
and with remarkable acceleration towards the end. And well, no doubt that if Essex do go on to win this game, still odds against, gives a pretty good pitch, but there's no question about where the turning point of the innings came, albeit Joe Gardner, we should remember,
Yes.
played important in terms of settling things down and getting that 56, but she won't mind being said that in the end the star role was Liberty Heap with that 75 from 63 balls, and the partnership between the two was worth 88. Hardwick. Nice looking shots. It's a question of these two trying to extend out to the 50 overs now.
Well, there's also an interesting partnership between Kopak and Liberty Heap, of which Kate Kopak scored 5 of the 33.
Did a good job.
Yeah.
Basically, when she was on strike, she did what she needed to do, which was to get the single and not to chew up deliveries. That's what you might call lucky if you get away with it, and she has. It went an awful long way up, and in the end, attempt to take that one by Poppy Tulloch, and she's never quite there. But it was a bit of a miscue, and most days of the week you're going to get out in that situation, but she got away with that one.
She even got 3.
Yeah.
Brilliant running, but yes, it was one of those horrible ones as a fielder. It's hanging up there. You know you're not quite probably going to get there, but you have to make the best effort.
I'd say 3 is very good running, because that's probably one more than Hampshire would be happy with, but it's simply the amount of time the ball spent in the air.
Yes.
It's also a classic example of why you need 2 commentators, because one's got to look at the catch and the other one's look at how many runs are being scored. That's very hard to do both at the same time. That's driven away up towards mid-on for a single, and but that's 3. It's a bit of a bonus really. 239 for 8, and it's 250 still on if these two can just bat within themselves and use up the overs. They've still got 15 deliveries to go, and 250 would be a very good score from where Essex were.
Yes, 112 for 6 in the 28th, and to turn that round would be something.
That's quite wide, but it's actually got contact on the way through, so it's the end of Kate Kopak. In the end, reaching for one that was quite wide, trying to just run it down to 3rd, but she's got a bit of bat on it, and only a little bit, and it's been feathered through. So I suspect Hampshire, relieved at having got rid of Liberty Heap, now with the objective of bowling their opponents out, and it's become more likely with that wicket, with still 14 balls to go. Esme McGregor will come in, and that one, Kopak, it was very well. I mean,
she had to go for it, didn't she? It was one of those tough ones. She had to try and fling a bat at it because it wasn't quite a wide.
Not quite, no. Very close to it. And you're right, she was in a difficult situation there. If that had been a more, less advanced match situation, probably the right move would have been to have left it alone.
Oh, absolutely. But yeah, as she was probably the leading batter of the partnership, she had to really try and get something on it. The last wicket partnership, Esme McGregor, who her figures would suggest she's slightly more of a real. She's got 6 runs in the 6 matches with a high score of 4, but she hasn't been out yet.
No, that's good. She's just played up into the offside, and Georgia Adams, who earlier was ordered out of the attack, she bowled 2 beamers, I think in consecutive overs.
Yes, they were in her second spell, after bowling beautifully in her first spell. Well, in that second spell, she still picked up a very important wicket, didn't she? She bowled Sapphire Smale for 18.
Nicely played by McGregor. Got it to mid-off, but didn't time it so well. She couldn't get through for the single, so that was, in the end, a pretty good return. It's just about trying to get everyone that's available now. If necessary, batting within themselves. They don't want to just give it away with a loose shot. Try and get 9 runs to get to 250. But what a performance from Liberty Heap. 75 from 63 balls. And well, the youngsters here today will remember that and maybe be inspired by it, because it was a really, really enjoyable piece of batting to see from an Essex perspective.
Yeah, 3 big 6s as well, 2 massive ones and 1 quite large. Fabulous hitting. Well, Datani, this is her final over. 1 for 25 from 9. She really has bowled well. Play and a miss from McGregor.
McGregor, she can carry on being not out for the season. That will be,
yes.
Hopefully there'll be a few runs here and there.
High score of 20 not out, an average of 7 in 50 over cricket, but that's a nice looking shot. Helps it round the corner. There'll certainly be 2.
Well, I hope she has a good day today, because it's not been a particularly easy season for her. She hasn't quite performed as well as she did last year in the Blast, when she was magnificent,
She
of course,
really
in taking
was,
those
yes.
21 wickets. And it would be nice for her to have a good day here. She'll probably need to for Essex to have a chance of winning the game, but a few runs here at the start would help.
There's another nice looking shot. This is sensible batting from these two.
She must have felt when Essex were doing well, particularly in the Blast, that obviously she was sort of in and out of the side a little bit because she wasn't quite performing as well as last year. So hopefully a better second half of the season for her in both competitions.
Eva Gray helps that round the corner. I suppose she can take heart from the fact that she got the nod over Sophie Munro for today's match.
Yes. Competition for places is always good, and certainly getting the impression in the men's game at the moment that's reducing because of England call-ups and injuries. Yes. And all sorts of things. One or two squads being very stretched, including Essex.
This is another good over from Datani. Whatever happens on this last ball.
And if you're happy to brave the heat, come to Chelmsford on Friday. I'm sure it'll be a very interesting contest against the champions.
And that is it. That's the end of the Essex innings. Final ball of the 49th over, so they didn't quite make it to 50. It's a decent catch. Second wicket for Datani. She finishes with 2 for 29 from her 10 overs. That's super stuff. There are also 3 wickets for Bex Tyson. Amanda J. Wellington took 2 for 39 from her 10 overs. But yes, the final wicket to go. And well, they didn't get to the 250. 245, I think, Nick, considering they were 112 for 6 in the 28th is civilised.
Well, Hampshire look happy. They probably might have taken this at the start. It's a pretty good pitch, but they will feel, obviously, they would have wanted to restrict Essex to a lot less when they were 112 for 6. But Essex, it's great to see Jo Gardner back in form, but Liberty Heaps' innings was a real revelation. I haven't seen too much of her, and that was really quite something, and the crowd here would have enjoyed it. Whether it's going to be enough, I think it's a tough ask for the bowlers. They'll need early wickets, but we'll be back to tell you what happens.
Indeed, the players now making their way off. The Hampshire players making their way off after terrific bowling performance early on after winning the toss and putting Essex in. But in the end, Essex managed to reach 245 all out with just 1 over unused as far as their innings was concerned. And we'll be back to see if Hampshire can chase down the 246 that they need for victory and to keep the pressure on the Blaze at the top of the table, or whether Essex, after a couple of defeats on the trot, can return to winning ways and just get Hampshire below 245. There's the match summary. That'll stay with you during the lunch interval, and we'll see you in half an hour or so.
Is this actual price? Yeah, mine just flakes. No.
Welcome back, and Hampshire openers ready now to start their pursuit of the 246 they need for victory. Essex bowlers now have a target to help them defend after some excellent hitting from Liberty Heap late on in the innings. Magnificent 75 from her. Really good half century too from Joe Gardner. And Essex, at the very least, have now given themselves something of a chance. Maya Bouchier and Ella McCorn will get things going. Ella McCorn, who dropped Liberty Heap when she was on 27. A slightly expensive drop. And it will be Kate Kopak starting from the Graham Gooch end. Bouchier happy to let that go past. McCorn, of course, facing first. She's now ready. And that, the first one was wide-ish, but that one was too wide. And is called as such. Tight, but outside the blue line. Not quite where she meant it, but it goes out into the leg side. Still nothing off the bat then. Now there is, flicked into the leg side for one, and it will only be one. Good work in the deep. Kate Kopak has taken 7 wickets so far in this competition. That's played nicely out into the covers by Bouchier, but no run. Bouchier, who's on terrific form in the T20 down here, scored 80 odd at rather quicker than a run a ball. Pushed up to mid-off, nicely bowled. Now we've got a radar right. Bouchier got a pretty decent record in this format. This is her 111th match. She's got more than 3,000 runs at 35. 2 centuries, 23 50s, a strike rate of over 85. But she's just played out 3 dot balls, the end of Kate Kopak's first over, and 2 without loss. So tidy stuff from Kate Kopak. And trying to decide whether the school kids are leaving or arriving, because there was plenty of action out on the field. Oh, I think they might be on their way home after enjoying the wonderful knock from Liberty Heap and then playing on the outfield in the break. Bit of swing there for Esme McGregor, which, considering the overhead conditions, is a pretty decent bit of bowling. A little bit edgy, but goes to third and they can trot through for a single. Tries to cover drive that. There is a slip there, but it was wide of her. Cry of "Let's go Essex." Just waiting for Maya Bouchier to be ready to face. McGregor just into bowl now, and that's fielded well in a follow through. One for 56 in her 10 overs against Durham at the weekend, and that's played out to square leg and they can go through for one. Bouchier off the mark. It's played out into the covers defensively by McCorn. Elegant looking shot, but straight to the fielder. Tidy over from McGregor, so just 4 runs off the first 2 overs.
Yes, good quiet start from the Essex point of view. Nice accurate bowling. Haven't allowed these two to get away. I think wickets are going to be key.
No, I think you're absolutely right, Nick. Nick Ledhill alongside me, Guy Swindles for the afternoon.
Well, it's lofted away. It's a good looking shot. It's a first shot in anger, really.
First boundary.
Yeah, Bouchier got hold of that and cleared mid off very easily. Pretty straight actually, and it'll take a bit of retrieving beyond the boundary boards.
Yes, this is worrying as far as Essex are concerned, because this is exactly how she played in the T20. Because that wasn't a half volley, it was on the off, and she just slapped it over the field bowler's head.
Yes, clearly a wicket to take sooner rather than later. This 246 target. Don't want her to get established. Very bright here. As this is nicely stopped in the covers. But a much nicer afternoon in terms of weather than we were expecting. It's not particularly hot, but it's very bright. And there's quite a breeze as well. So it's quite pleasant for the spectators. But there's a real brightness about the conditions, very little humidity, clear blue sky. It's a nice shot as well. Way through mid wicket. Some early warning signs here. Kopak just straying onto the pads a bit. Boucher, formidable opponent. And the first reassessment of the plans going on with Grace Trivens and Kate Kopak at the moment. .245 for Essex, a lot more than they looked like getting at one point. 112 for 6, but a tremendous partnership between Joe Gardner and Liberty Heap of 88. Dazzling second half to Liberty Heap's innings in particular. Again, crisply driven, but mid off in the way. As you feel that Boucher is going to be particularly important, but the total is a reasonable one, but it's definitely within the range of Hampshire on this pitch, unless they can be set back by wickets.
Yes, it's a pretty powerful batting lineup, isn't it, Hampshire?
A couple of quiet overs at the start, but think about Maya Boucher, if she stays in, and it's not going to stay too quiet for long. Ella McGachan at the other end, pretty good record herself. It's very, very nice placement, because there's 4 saving 1 on the offside there, but that was beautifully placed between the mid-off and extra cover. Was quite wide, and there's a little gap there, and beautifully threaded away for 4. So that's an expensive over. That's very much gone the way of Hampshire and Maya Boucher in particular, and yeah, that certainly posed a few problems.
12 off the over, 3-4s. That last delivery was a little too wide from Kate Kopak, and she paid the penalty. But yes, they're looking. It's been a sudden crank up of the run rate. Let's see how Esme McGregor can get on bowling to Ella McCorn. Nice looking drive, not very many, but McCorn's having a good tournament as well. 9 matches, 318 runs, averaging just short of 40. A couple of 50s in there as well. So it isn't just Boucher Essex got to worry about. Good Yorker length from McGregor.
Yes, 246. Certainly, I think it's a total that Hampshire at the start of the game would have settled for needing to chase. It's a good start this by Esme McGregor.
Yeah, a bit of movement off. She's getting a bit of swing, and ball just moving off the pitch a little as well. If she can keep that going for a little while. Again, mixing up her lengths. But looking to bowl fuller anyway, just to make the most of the ball movement in the early stages of the innings. Well stopped off her own bowling, couldn't take it completely cleanly, but it was well hit, and that left hand that she got down onto the ball certainly helped take the pace off. Eva Gray, who will be coming into the attack before too long, one imagines. On this time, the right hand can't stop it, and neither can the diving mid-on. It's a good shot, just over pitching, looking for that Yorker length. Turned into full toss, so after 5 dots, 4 off the final ball of the over. 20 without loss now after 4.
Yeah.
Frustrating for Esme McGregor.
Yeah, because she's been bowling pretty well. Just conceding the boundary there. So, earlier today, 245 for Essex, 112 for 6, but recovered splendidly through that partnership.
So already a change of bowler after the 12 came off Kate Kopac's last over.
Jodie Grewcock. From the Grand Gooch end, bright sunshine, lots of blue sky. Floated right up, but it's spotted early by Boucher, more or less, able to meet that on the full and drive it away through the covers. So I'm going to start 17 from 12 balls, and clearly Essex need to see the back of her fairly quickly. Bit of a loose in that one probably. That's hit away pretty impressively. She really is. Middlingham, that's another 6. Tremendous pickup shot, so the switch to spin hasn't worked here.
No, it's interesting. The last match, Jodie Grewcock bowled in. She bowled 9 overs for 36, including a maiden. She was very, very difficult to get away. But this is tougher.
Yeah.
Now that's the length she was bowling the other day.
Oh, it's again a very nice pick-up shot. Not going to be a boundary this time, but she's placement's very good, hitting the ball in the air here. This is a good opening partnership taking shape here for Hampshire. 246 to say, well within their compass on this pitch. And a few early problems here because say it does look a good surface, this, and it's a very good start by Hampshire. Interesting to see if McGregor continues, because she's bowled pretty well, 2 overs for 6, but 32 for no wicket.
I think they have
6 and Boucher 24.
No, she's really batted well. But I think they have to keep Esme McGregor on at the moment. She's bowled very steadily. Continues to do. Striking it nicely and looking comfortable, McCorn, but she just can't beat the field at the moment. Esme McGregor continuing to concentrate on and around off stump, with the ball just doing enough. This time though, too much width, and McCorn was on it very quickly.
Yep, starting to get into a stride.
Yes,
Very good surface this, and I say 246 is certainly something they probably would have settled for the target at the start.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. Looks as if it would be considerably less than that at one stage, but good fight back by Essex. But Nick has said they need wickets, early wickets. 2 or 3 of them would help. It's a better delivery from McGregor. Come back well after that. 4 off the 3rd ball of the over. Slightly leg side there. And yeah, just losing the radar slightly.
Right, it's an explosive start by Boucher, 32 from 22 balls.
Yeah, it's terrific batting, isn't it? And just looking at the score, Essex didn't get to their 40 until the 11th over, and it's come up in the 6th for Hampshire. Boucher leading the charge.
It's going to be Jerry Grewcock again. McCorn on 6. Happy to play a second fiddle role at the moment. My partner's on 32 from 22. Whipped away nicely for a single, but wickets are going to be key for Essex at the moment. It's looking like a pretty good batting surface, and so they've got a pretty formidable batting lineup to deal with. Yeah, so timing's all there. Boucher, that one straight to mid-on, but still pretty well struck. Didn't quite time that as well as one or two previous shots she's played through the covers, which have beaten the infield. I'm happy to play the occasional defensive shot when it's warranted, which is what she's done there. But ideal start for Hampshire, 41 for no wicket. Target 246, so a further 205 required. And this 8 and over start is roughly where they are, isn't it? It's ideal start in this sort of situation for this sort of run chase. In fact, more like 6 and over, but it's still more than needed, and it's a very good start.
No, absolutely right. McGregor to continue. 4th over.
One of the most remarkable turnarounds in the game you could ever possibly imagine at Exmouth, where we mentioned at one point that Warwickshire were going along very, very well, just 2 down. They were 151 for 2 at one point.
And then they lost 8 wickets for 9 runs, was it?
That's it. So they were bowled out for 160, and here we are at 22 minutes to 3, and the game's about to end because Somerset are 150 for 3 in the 20th over. So
how amazing.
Somerset supporting Devonians, or just Somerset fans who've gone down there, will be very pleased with that. It's a bit of a drubbing. Just 10 runs to win.
Well, there's a bit of a difference between the strike rate for McCorn and Boucher at the moment. McCorn now just 7 off 19 deliveries. Boucher 32 from 26. Good from McGregor again.
Yeah, McGregor bowling pretty well still. He's gone for a couple of boundaries, but obviously wickets are going to be key.
Yes, and it's where they're going to come from. So at the moment, really, all McCord has to do is stay there and let Boucher do her stuff and keep the wickets in hand. Oh, that was a tight single. And I think that would have been very close if Eva Gray had hit the stumps. But she missed not by very much. They get through for a single. You see, she's still cross with herself, missing that half opportunity. And Boucher, after 4 dot balls, finishes with a boundary to take the score up to 46 after 8. 46 for no wicket. Boucher has 36 of them. And Ella McCorn 8.
Yes, and despite the fact she's only got 8, she's playing her part in the partnership by rotating the strike, And Maya Boucher's been absolutely brilliant. And very difficult to bowl to. Glucock 2 overs for 13, bowling from the Graham Gooch end. Got to the picture that were not quite timed.
Oh, nicely fielded off her own bowling.
Yeah. Trying to build pressure, at least on McCorn, trying to get a wicket through just building a little bit of pressure. But how can Essex find a breakthrough here? Eventually going on the sweep, not really quite getting it, but we're taking the strike, and that will suit Hampshire at this point.
Yes, Liberty Heap took a while to decide which hand to field that with as well, but she eventually did very well.
199 to get. Well, that's a pretty good over from Jodie Glucock.
Yes,
and obviously the wicket is still needed, but applying a bit of a break there, just at one run to off the sweep shot from McCorn, and even Boucher kept a bit quiet towards the end of it. 36 to Boucher, 9 to McCorn, 47 for no wicket.
yeah, no, it's been a good comeback by the bowler, because the first over went for 12 and the next two have gone for a single apiece. Yes, Glucock fighting back well. So McGregor, probably her last over. This is her fifth in this spell. I think about two, but a decent bit of fielding out in the deep backward square. Gregor just waiting for Grace Scriven to tweak the field. Now she's ready.
Yes, 366 runs and counting at 61 apiece in the competition this year, Maya Boucher. So century and 250s, showing how valuable a wicket she will be. And Ella McCall not doing too badly herself. 326 runs at 41.
McGregor throwing herself around again to field off her own bowling. This is tidy stuff.
It's been an encouraging spell this. She hasn't taken a wicket, Esme McGregor, but she has had a problem with being a bit expensive at times this summer, but it's halfway through her fifth over here, none for 20, and with the exception of a couple of boundaries, she's kept a pretty tight line and length. They haven't been too aggressive against her so far.
Bowling well. Again, that's not timed by Boucher, who's timed pretty much everything else immaculately. And that, again, a little bit of late swing. Boucher looks accusingly at the toe end of a bat.
Might be for Essex that they've just going to rue that poor first half of the innings.
Launched through the covers, but Sapphire Smale is out there to...
And it was a bit of a false shot for the first time from Boucher, so Essex will have to hope the next time that happens, she's playing it again there, that it goes to a fielder, which it...
No, you're absolutely right. Again, it's that late movement McGregor's getting at the moment that's causing the few problems now and again.
Oh,
But then, as has often happened in this spell, the last ball is loose and it goes for 4.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed with that because that was sort of leg stump, full toss. But it's a shame because she's been bowling so well. But that one was a bit of a help yourself at the end of a tight over.
Well, 53 off the first 10. That's the 50 partnership as well between these two. Boucher 37, McCorn 14. 53 without loss. At the same point, Essex were 37 for 1. So Sapphire Smale immediately into the attack. Now the power play's over. Which is usually the
you
way.
don't think 246 is not going to be defendable unless wickets can be taken. Can Sophia Smale do a trick? Probably have to get Hampshire 7 or 8 down, I'd imagine, to defend this 245 total, 246 target, or have a chance of doing it. Looks a pretty good one-day pitch here at Chelmsford. Matting on the pitch, a few strips to the right.
Yeah, she's the joint leading wicket taker this season, Sapphire Smale, in the competition for Essex. Took 4 for 51 in the last match against Durham. Very much the pick of the attack.
Trying to build a bit of pressure on McCorn, whose strike rate is just 50 at the moment, which is no problem given the way that Boucher is going at the other end, but just struggling for a little bit of fluency herself. Yeah, that's better. Nicely through the offside infield, and Kate Kopac's annoyed with herself. She didn't stop that. Bangs the ground in frustration. She was by far the closest to it at cover. That was pretty well timed. This is a very good Hampshire opening partnership. 58. They're in pursuit of 246 after they bowled Essex out for 245, which was rather more than they looked like making. And they were 112 for 6. So the end of Sophia Smale's over, and plenty of issues for Grace Shrivens to think about here. I presume McGregor will come off, but 58 for no wicket, target of 246. Banks of time left. We've only had 11 overs, so the asking rate is not going to be of any great concern, and it's currently around about 4.8 and over, which is going to worry Hampshire on this pitch.
There's people starting to watch from inside the pavilion as it gets ever brighter out here this afternoon. And Eva Gray into the attack, who is the joint leading wicket taker for Essex in this competition with Sapphire Smale with 13. Started expensively against Durham last time out, but then fought back with 2 and should have had a 3rd wicket There was a bad drop as well, but
well, the spectators in the Women's World Cup at Headingley had a very short first match when Australia chased down their target of 78 against Bangladesh inside 10 overs. So they're probably quite relieved that New Zealand won the toss and chose to field against India, who were 48 without loss after 5, but it should be a longer game.
going quite well then for India.
Yeah.
Nice looking shot, but just the one. Dealing in singles so far this over.
And a bit like the Football World Cup, there'll be missed matches, of course, during the group stage of the Women's World Cup, and then there'll be the occasional game, a bit like the one last night, which is a bit closer than most people thought it would be.
I suppose it's the Cape Verde against Spain.
Yeah, even closer.
That will be a wide, sadly, for Eva Gray. It was well stopped in the end.
It's a good toss for Hampshire to win. It was very overcast at the start. Would have been just nibbling around a little bit, but it's basically a pretty good pitch, and Hampshire have got ideal batting conditions from the start here.
Punched away, but a good stop. Not quite where she meant it, but funnily enough, a very good spot, because it turns into 2 off a big thick inside edge that was aimed for the covers, and goes up to fine leg. Boucher just 1 or 2 full shots now. She looked so in command earlier on. And that was middled.
Somerset chased down that target of 161 in inside 22 overs.
Wow.
Won by 7 wickets. Quite an amazing turnaround.
Yes. I wonder if there have been any ever bigger collapses in this competition. Punched up to long on, they trot through for a single. End of the over. 6 runs from it. 64 without loss.
Well, Essex might be relying on something similar later on from Hampshire. But these two are looking very comfortable. Boucher might not quite have been as fluent in the last few minutes, but she's made a cracking start to the innings. Yeah, she's gone to 42 from 39. She's probably just slowed down a little bit, but still very impressive. And in the context of this chase, doing the job very well. So going to be Sophia Smale. Just the one out to deep mid wicket. But where can Essex find a wicket from to break this quite formidable opening partnership? It's nicely timed again. Will be cut off, I think, by Kopak. Yep. Going to get back for a couple of runs.
Yeah, they were hoping for a third, but we've only had 1 3 today, haven't we? And that was basically off a
Ball going up in the air, yes.
dropped cat, a tough dropped catch.
Just nice placement. Just to rotate the strike. This asking rate of 4.8 is more or less where Hampshire would want it to be. So no great pressure on the batters at this stage. And again, nice timing, good placement. They're out of the power play, so there are gaps around the field, which they're finding very well. So 69 for no wicket. And the target 246, so 177 away, and the asking rate around about 4.8. We've had 13 overs.
Good maths. Yes, it's looking remarkably comfortable at the moment. There we are, there's the match summary. Rucock really did bounce back well after 12 going from her first over. Got back a little bit expensive. Bouchier 44 from 42 and has slowed down but still scoring it better than a runner ball. Ball from Eva Gray. Best bowling so far, 3 for 51 at Yorkshire this year. This is up in the air, but I think it's going to be safe. It is, and goes for 4. But for a second there, actually looking at it again, it was always going to be over the top of the head of Joe Gardner. Good connection. Moves closer to her 50, Bouchier. Have to wait another ball longer. Cut to point, Grace Scrivens fields. Come back this by Eva Gray after being plonked over her head for 4. Just the one. 49 from 47. And the crowd that was baying for Essex to win this match earlier in the innings have gone a little bit quiet again. It's flicked away. Again, just the one. So in the end, another 6 off the over, 75 without loss after 14.
Yep, and these two having had a good power play of content in the main just to work the ball into the gaps for singles. Not under any huge great pressure from the pitch. Might be a mistake that produces the wicket. Yes. Probably had greater ambitions for that shot when she played it, but guess gets the one. But continuing to work the ball nicely into gaps, and in this case for Boucher to collect a very impressive 50 from 48, so just better than a runner ball, and already making significant inroads into this target.
It appears she likes batting at the county ground. Back-to-back 50s in different formats in the space of about 2.5 weeks.
Yes, looks a very difficult player to bowl to when she's in form. At the moment, just driving the ball happily down the ground for singles, keeping that strike rotating. And the question is, what can Essex do about it at the moment? They're just hoping to make that initial breakthrough and have someone new to bowl to. 79 for no wicket, the target 246. The asking rate has barely moved, and Hampshire will be quite happy with that. 79 for no wicket with McCorn 25 and Boucher 51 from 50.
It was nicely bowled at that last delivery from Sophia Smale. It wasn't off the middle of the bat, and it wasn't that far in front of her, but far enough that batter was perfectly safe. Eva Gray back into the attack. Well, to continue in the attack from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Boucher just been slightly tied up here. And you've already got a better than runner ball 50 next to your name. You can afford a couple of dot balls. And then she comes down the wicket and launches Eva Gray back over her head for 4. That is some shot.
Yeah, it's a bit dispiriting at the moment for the Essex bowlers.
So they're not bowling that bad.
No, that's the thing, isn't it? Not bowling that badly, but it's like hitting a brick wall at the moment, particularly the way that Boucher is batting.
Yeah, happy to play out a couple and then wrestle back the initiative.
Hasn't really looked in any great trouble, maybe 1 or 2 slight miscues.
I end up going for 2. Slightly sloppy fielding. Annika Bosch took a bit of a tumble as she stopped the ball initially, and they go back for a second. So 6 from the over with a ball to go. And that is just launched again by Boucher. It's only gone for 4. But suddenly, what hadn't been a bad over has gone for 10. Boucher is now raced into her 60s, 61 from 56. Just watching that again. She just made it look so easy. Possibly slightly over pitched, but it was just helped. One bounce, 4.
Yeah, it's very difficult at the moment for the Essex bowlers because Boucher is playing as well as she is. And McCorn is just playing in her slipstream, but playing very handy foil. She's probably quite used to doing when Boucher's in this sort of form. First ball of the new Sophia Smell over. Probably rather be bowling at McCorn, but she's still looking very secure, even if she's not playing quite as many shots. Yes, Grace Evans who fielded that with a lot of problems here. She knows it's a pretty decent pitch and the target is well within Hampshire's reach, so got to try and make something happen. And the longer this partnership goes on, of course, the more difficult it's going to become.
Ooh.
It's her 7th game, Boucher, so she's played roughly 2/3 of them, but very close to 400 runs now in the competition. That's a nice shot. It's very well played. Not too much power in it, but deft placement.
Lovely shot. Previous one she was ever so... was very nearly a false shot. It wasn't far short of Grace Scrivens at backward point, but the next one she played the shot absolutely beautifully. Look at this. Look at it, caressed to the boundary.
And yes, Ellen McCorn very much a product of the South. She was born in Southampton. She's played for the Vipers and the Southern Brave, Welsh Fire as well, and also the Manchester Original. So she's moved around the franchises a little bit in the 100. So played for Sussex at one point.
You agree to continue? Boucher treats the first one with respect anyway. Flies to deep cover. You can only take one. Too much width from Gray on that occasion. It's nailed straight to Sophia Smell.
It'll be hard to win this game from here, but
well, I suppose it's the flip side of when they were batting, isn't
yeah.
it? Looks as if they had no hope of making thick end of 250 halfway through the innings, but managed to. So maybe the wickets will begin to fall in the second or later after the 20th over.
You feel that when they go to Blackpool on Tuesday, that's a more winnable game on paper.
Yeah, slightly unlucky to. Let's watch this one again because there were one or two that weren't given in the Essex innings that didn't look unadjacent to that one, but wide it is.
breeze is quite welcome. It's not particularly
Yes.
hot today, certainly in relation to what's going to be like later in the week, but I think it's refreshing for the spectators.
Well bowled, Eva Gray. That's the false shot from McCorn. Nicely taken by the keeper standing up as well. Just managed to let go of that one.
The revamped England bowling attack are having quite a good day at the over, 109 for 4 New Zealand, and they've got a wicket each, which I think is rather nice. And Sonny Baker's the most recent to get a very important wicket of Rachin Ravindra.
And then the last ball is swung away, but not to the boundary, just the 2. 4 off the over. Tidy stuff from Gray. So 99 then after 18. Already the biggest partnership of the match, this one.
Yes, the youngster's a bit less audible now. It's gone a little bit flat from a Essex perspective, but I'll keep trying and hope that 1 wicket can bring 2.
Changing the bowling again.
Jodie Grewcock comes back. It's another nice example of what Boucher's been doing latterly in the innings after finding the boundary regularly during the power play. She spread a lot of those strokes just down the ground to rotate the strike. More difficult opponents coming to Chelmsford, of course, fairly soon, and the blaze in the blast. It's very uppish. That wasn't controlled. Just a little bit of luck for Boucher. Probably deserves it, but she knows that that was very much out of control.
It really was. It was trying to flick it to leg, a big leading edge, and she was lucky it fell short.
Nice pick-up shot from McCorn, but no more than 1. Yeah, so Hampshire got to this century pretty effortlessly, haven't they?
Yes.
And Boucher outscoring her partner 2-1. That doesn't matter from the team's perspective. Been a very good combination, and that's a possibility of a chance. No, just short of long on. Again, just making the odd mistake now, Boucher. That she lit up her eyes, I'm sure, at that one, which was a full toss in the end, but she was very close to holding out to long on. Wanted to hit it much wider of that fielder, or over the boundary itself, and just fell short. So a little bit of bad luck. I mean, it wasn't a particularly good ball, that one from Gray, that produced the full shot, the second full shot from Boucher, but at least Boucher showing a bit of fallibility, which she hadn't really been doing hitherto in the innings. She's on 66, 35 to McCorn and 105 for no wicket. So moving along very nicely towards this target of 246, which they have another 31 overs to achieve.
Yes, it couldn't be going better for Hampshire, really. There we are. There's their scoreboard. Boucher 66 from 62. McCorn 35 for 52, and the skipper now for Essex bringing herself on, Grace Scrivens. It's the wagon wheel. You can see the 1-6 in there, as well as the 4s. And they really have batted pretty comfortably. Now, Grace Scrivens didn't bowl in the last match against Durham, but brings herself back in for this one. Taken 4 wickets at 60 so far in the competition this year. best 2 for 38 against Lancashire. One of those ambidextrous cricketers.
At present, Yorkshire and Lancashire are 2 teams below Essex in the table.
That's Gray Scrivens in again, right arm off break to go with a left-handed batting. Yep.
Yorkshire do have a chance though of pretty good chance of moving above Essex if Essex lose this, because they're 106 for 1, number 26, chasing 194 to beat Durham.
And that's at Blackpool,
Well placed.
isn't it? Is it at Blackpool?
Chesterfield Street.
Chesterfield Street. Flicked into the leg side.
The game at Blackpool is looking a little bit like this one, where Lancashire made 239 and the Blaze, who would have been favourites to win the game, are 72 without loss in the 15th.
Okay.
So it's got a similar feel to
Very
this
similar,
game.
yeah. It's a good diving stop, but still get through for 1. No ball, Gray Scrivens, just 2 singles from the over so far. That, however, is helped round the corner. Should only be a single though. And that, I think... Oh no, the first 2 overs only had 2 runs hit off each of them. But that's the lowest amount of runs in an over since. But after 20 overs, 108 without loss, Hampshire. At the same point, Essex was 75 for 4.
And Somerset with a bonus point win after that remarkable turnaround against Warwickshire. And they chased down that target of 161 very easily. After Warwickshire lost their last 8 wickets for 9 runs. Grucock into her 5th over. Still no sign of a wicket, just a little bit of missed timing from Boucher recently.
Yes, match just going through a slight post-lunch.
Ooh, it's very well pitched up, but Clarkin's in contemplative mood about whether to try and hit that over the top. Decides not to, but now mid-on goes back to long on. And almost inviting her to hit it out to long on, but she checks the shot and just plays it to mid-wicket. So, bit of thinking going on from Grucock, trying to encourage McCorn into the shot over the top. But she's content to play the ball along the ground for safe singles, which is basically all that Hampshire need. That asking rate has stayed more or less the same. It's actually gone down a little bit recently to 4.7. 246 the target and 108 for no wicket, with these two batting very well. She's thrown in the full toss, hoping that Boucher in this case might hold out, but no, she's hit it wide along. And again, didn't particularly time it, but sometimes the full toss not the easiest ball to time. But all told, it's very much Hampshire's game here, and they might even be thinking of eyeing up a bonus point themselves if things went very well. 110 for no wicket, McCorn 38, and Boucher 68 from 64.
Good over though, just 2 runs from it, from Grucock. The spin seems to be slightly less expensive. There we go. People enjoying themselves sitting in front of the pavilion. And that is well stopped off her own bowling by Grace Scrivens. This is flicked in to the leg side, and Flo Miller, all energy in the field, picks the ball up and throws in.
India latest in the second match of the Headingley doubleheader is 100 for no wicket in the 11th over against the Netherlands. So, well, to specs, they've got enough, or close to getting enough already.
Pulled out to Flo Miller again, and they can go through for another single. Tidy stuff again from Scrivens.
So far, the Women's Cricket World Cup not quite delivering the out-and-out shock that has sometimes been a feature of the men's equivalent competition in the past.
It's going to fall safe. It was aerial. They get through for two. Not completely convincing. It was a bit of a mow by Bouchier. Well aimed though. Cut away for one more, 5 off the over.
Yeah, these two are still doing it very well indeed. It's been a bit of a masterclass, and I think Essex will be quite happy to see the back of them, because I think that's about it in terms of Essex Hampshire this year. In terms of the group games, I'm pretty certain that they've. Don't think there's any more. How many? Is this the second game in this? This is the second game in this competition, isn't it? So. Yes, they've again been formidable opponents, but in that T20 game at Southampton, Essex matched them all the way. It's been a little bit different today, with the exception of that hour at the end of the Essex innings when Gardner and particularly Liberty Heat were going so well. Again, just good placement down the ground, feature of the Bouchier innings here.
Yes, Brukov isn't doing much wrong, but doesn't look like getting the breakthrough at the moment.
Yeah, that'll be 4. Nicely timed.
Lovely use of the feet, wasn't it?
Yeah. Good enough to beat mid off.
And McCorn moves into the 40s, so she's going
He's
well.
played a very, probably quite used to it actually, but he's played a very adept innings, just not quite second fiddle, but just in the slipstream of Bouchier, particularly early on. And playing that one very nicely down the ground. She's got a very good record this season as well, as you were mentioning earlier, not to be sniffed at. So she's done very well.
Yeah, closing in on a third 50, I think so, in the competition this year. Oh, full toss.
Yeah, very good shot. Away for 6 over mid wicket. Picked that one up. Realised it was over pitched, and has moved to 79 from 73 with that blow.
Just watching that again, and she just spotted it early.
6 over mid wicket. Again, another very full length delivery from Grewcock, just driven down the ground. But yeah, unfortunately, not too much Essex can do about this at the moment. It has been very good batting. A supreme innings from Bouchier, 80 from 73. McCorn 44, 128 for no wicket, and it's more than halfway to our target of 246, and still with 27 overs to go.
Yeah, 13 off that over in the end. It's mighty impressive batting from these two. I can think of one or two false shots, but I can't think of a chance. Flicked into the leg side. Trot through.
Mention that Essex's next game is at in this competition is at Blackpool on Tuesday.
Grace Scriven's not for the first time. Feels well off her own bowling. Sorry, Nick.
Hampshire will play Warwickshire at Southampton on Wednesday, which Warwickshire are going to have to improve their middle order batting.
Short, pulled. Misses the diving mid-wicket. But it is fielded, so it'll only be the one.
Next Thursday, here, the 25th, there is England A against India A in T20. Weather should be pretty good for that.
There should be some Essex interest, one imagines, in the team as well. So, for the home fans, punched away.
In this competition, we'll then have another break as the blast returns, but when it's back in action in mid-August, you can't have men's and women's double headers in 50 overs. That would be quite a long day. But,
Yes.
Somerset come to Chelmsford on the 19th of August, and then basically Essex have got Warwickshire away at the start of September on the 3rd, and on the Sunday the 6th they play Surrey at Chelmsford, and then they entertain Yorkshire here on the 9th, and then go to Chesterfield on the 11th. So that'll be quite an intense schedule. Go to Chesterfield to play the Blaze, who may well have already qualified by then. So that's the way it's looking.
Quite interesting. They were just showing the Essex balcony, and you could see that all the coaching staff were desperately trying to think of something that they could pass down to the players to try and make something happen. And what they've decided is Kate Koppak comes into the attack.
Yeah, so don't want to give these two the glory of winning without being separated. Must try and get a breakthrough. That's going to be a wide, unless it's just flicked some clothing on the way through, which it must have done. It looks like it was heading down the leg side, that one.
Came off the thighs.
Yeah.
So, good decision by the ump. Gabby Brown at that end.
Yeah, and obviously one disappointment of the day was that obviously the new signing was out inside 3 deliveries, which can happen.
Sophie Munro's on. She's just fielding. I'm just trying to see who's gone off. Work that out for you.
Annika Bosch, just lasting 3 deliveries today, but I'm sure she'll come good. And that will help the cause of the side. A record suggests she'll definitely come good. Slightly miscued by Boucher up to mid-off, but 133 for no wicket. As I say, Hampshire continue this winning run against Essex in women's cricket, but the one thing about this season is Essex will know that they have at least pushed them very hard once at Southampton in that last match, which I spoke to Kate Kopak at the end of it. She did think, in the answer to the question about whether at one point that Essex were going to win it, she thought that might well be the case. Cordelia Griffith, who played so well against Warwickshire, was doing much the same, but then got out, and that proved to be a bit of a turning point. A nice fetch away out towards deep mid wicket. It's disappointing because obviously going on a bit of a losing run at the moment, and hopefully that won't affect things, particularly in the Blast, where there is still very much a live competition for them. Oh dear, it's just lost her run up there.
Yeah, I thought it looked initially as if she might have injured herself.
Yeah, hopefully not. Don't think so.
No, don't think so.
Lots of full-length deliveries from Essex, and actually these two have grown accustomed to that and have been driving effectively. Both batters taking their gloves off and helmets off to go and get the drink. They've made the drinks break without being separated, so all credit to them. 135 for no wicket, and McCorn 48, Boucher 83. Has been very, very good indeed, and as I say, I think Essex will be quite pleased to see the back of Hampshire for a while.
Yes.
They seem to have been playing them a lot, and they do have a fairly relentless quality about them, and so the one thing they do know is that they've really pushed them at least once, and had their moments in some of the other games.
But at the moment, yes, making this target of 240 look very comfortable indeed. Well over halfway there at the halfway mark, not even having to hurry up in the second half of the innings, thanks to this excellent work by Boucher, who's started with the fireworks but has just merrily carried on her way at scoring it slightly better than a run of the ball. McCorn has given great support, and 48 from 71 for her. Grace Scrivens, tidy. Kopak also pretty tidy as well. Everyone's gone for a lot, but at the moment...
Well, Esme McGregor, who's had a tough season, bowled pretty well.
Yes, I thought so.
And that's a good sign perhaps for the second half of the campaign. She can get back in the wickets, particularly in the Blast, which is probably the competition that's going to matter for Essex in the second half of the season, and that will be no bad thing. And so there is, we've mentioned a couple of times, for me there's that very important game at Edgbaston. Say there's the game here against the Blaze, which is a bit of a free hit. It's great if they could win it, of course, but it's a bit of a free hit. But the game against Warwickshire is a very big one on Wednesday, July the 1st, and they'll want to try and stay in contention in that competition as long as they possibly can. Maybe all the way down to July the 12th, when I think they're at Taunton. When I think there's double headers all over the country, with the men's and women's competitions nearing the close in both instances. And yes, I think it's probably be about a lunchtime start for that one, actually, on the 12th of July. That'll be the last of the T20 group games, and they visit Taunton. But that will be, they'd like to take things to that stage if they possibly could, still have a chance of qualifying. This competition looks a little bit beyond them now.
Yes, as this will be 3 wins and 7 defeats, won't it? Started with 4, then the 3 wins on the trot, and this would be a 3rd successive defeat since those victories. Yes, you're just not quite sure where the wicket's coming from at the moment.
No. Yes, they've had their moments in some of the recent games, but I mean, for example, when Durham came here a few days ago, 291 for 9. I suspect the pitch pretty much like this one, pretty good pitch, and then teenager Trudy Johnson with a 3-wicket burst, not all but settled the contest, but put an awful. Made it awfully difficult for Essex to get something close to 300 after that happened. So,
no, there were some pluses, but they were always playing catch up.
Yeah.
And again,
Sophia Smell got 4 for 51 in that game, and
she was the one bowler who looked as if wickets could be taken.
Yeah.
I'm being a bit unfair on the others, but
No.
she was the one who definitely looked as if she could make the breakthrough.
Yeah, it's definitely been a tough day for the bowlers, a mixed day for the batters, but some encouragement with Joe Gardner finding form and that superb innings from Liberty Heap, which probably isn't going to count for anything much, but at least that's something for her to build on.
We are going to see the new signing with ball after she couldn't make much of an impression with the bat out for a 3-ball duck, but now she is in, and that's short and is hammered away, but to the fielder, so it'll only be one. And Annika Bosch.
Yes, that was pitched quite a long way down.
She's taken 80 wickets in this form of the game.
It's a bit of a loosener, really, that one.
Exactly. Just over 22, so she's certainly qualifies in the all-rounder mark. That's a much better delivery and beats Bouchier. I haven't said that very often. It's dipped on Bouchier. This time she goes back and treats with considerable respect. Slightly over pitches, but it's mistimed. Only the single. So McCorn on strike on 49. And now she will bring up her 50. A little more sedately than Bouchier, but still very tidy. It's 50 off 73 balls.
Yeah, it's played very well.
This is rather mistimed, and that's a good first over from Bosch. Just the 3 runs from it. 138 without loss after 26. 73 balls and 5 fours for McCorn's 50.
Boucher close to what would be, 16 away from what would be her second 100 of this campaign in 50 overs.
There we go. That's what McCorn's innings looks like in wheel terms.
I think that's her third 50 for McCorn.
Kate Kopak.
Well, trying everything Essex, but even the cloud cover's built up a little bit, but that's not particularly going to help them. It's just fair weather clouds, still plenty of blue sky. But this does look a little bit of a lost cause, unfortunately. That little bit of luck with the ball. Pretty well executed that actually from McCorn over the keeper's head and away down to the third boundary for 4. So
Yeah,
even the sort of unorthodox shots coming off.
it's good. It's a good shot. She was absolutely deliberate. I thought at first it was a bit edgy, but watching the replay, that's exactly what she was trying to do. She knew that the third was up. Good to see Kopak change though, try and bang one in and make something happen.
And it's nicely disguised. She's trying different things here. But just one of those days where nothing appears to be working.
Well, it was a good ball, wasn't it? Just took all the pace off and the ball just went like an off break, but didn't quite manage to hit the off stump.
One more to the total. This tremendous opening partnership continues. $143 it's worth now. And it looked a good batting pitch, I have to say, early on, but Hampshire won a good toss, but all credit to their bowlers for their efforts in the first half of the Essex innings, which has proved decisive here.
Yes, you'd say Bex Tyson, although she went for 66 in the 10 overs, the wicket she took early on did make a big difference. Annika Bosch understandably continue after that first very tidy over. Should be 2 if they want them.
Oh.
Bit interesting if it had hit. Good running. Probably don't even need to necessarily take the risk. Bouchier happy to do so despite being in touching distance of 100. That eventually will be given as a wide. 4 off the over so far. 3 more balls to go, wides permitting. Helped into the leg side, that dropped through for a single. do get the feeling that Hampshire feel they've broken the back of this. Don't really need to go for the big shots. They can pick up what they need per over.
Yeah, very much so. Been a terrific exhibition. So it bodes well for Hampshire in terms of their progress in this competition. You can't see them on this evidence. It's going to be hard to see them not making the top three. Still a bit of competition there, but obviously a very good victory for Somerset today, who have much improved this season, but it's going to be, they'll be a tough team to beat if they do get through to knockout cricket, as we expect them to be in this competition, and indeed in the Blast as well. It's a nicely executed sweep shot off Kate Kopak's first ball. But yeah, dispiriting for Essex, but obviously they'll try and put it behind them, and they get to Blackpool. So it's a more winnable game on paper. Classic exhibition of taking control in the power play and then being able to just play the ball around for singles. There have been a lot of shots like that down the ground.
No, absolutely. And she makes it look as if she's got all the time in the world as well. Bouchier. And stopping a few of the boundaries, but the rotation of a strike goes on. They've not really been able to build up any pressure after two fairly quiet overs at the start. I think Kate Kopak's next over went for 12, didn't it? And then basically the die was cast. Half things like that one, which wasn't too far away from the fielder, going in Hampshire's favour. Another single added. No, there wasn't a chance to McGregor, but it was close enough to interest the bowler for a second.
So Hampshire on 27 at the moment, 9 behind the Blaze. The Blaze favourites to win again, but Hampshire will go to 31 or potentially 32 with a bonus point, and after that shattering defeat for Warwickshire, they're going to stay on 22 points, so pulling further away. Sorry, not playing in this occasion. Just swept away for another run. So the Blaze have come in on this with a run of victories. In fact, they've only lost one game, 8 wins and 1 defeat. So they look like they're going to extend that. And really, it looks as though the Blaze and Hampshire starting to pull away and leaving it as a fight for the remaining place, which Surrey would probably be favourites for. And that Warwickshire collapse today, a very good result, I think, from Surrey's point of view.
Oh, just 92 needed now from 21 overs. Rather glum faces in the pavilion. Bosch in again, short, pulled away. Flo Miller in the deep will keep them down to 1. The best arm with Cordelia Griffith out at the moment. One of the best arm in the club, Flo Miller. They're just picking their gaps, these two. They're seeing the ball like a football.
Well, as mentioning the Blaze were going well, but just checking on them again, they've hit trouble actually in their game against Lancashire. So they're 99 for 4, chasing 240 there. 24 overs gone.
Well, that could be a tricky chase.
So it could be an even better day for Hampshire. They could actually close on them. And also it could be a worse day for Essex, who could end up in the bottom of the table, unfortunately,
Yes.
with Yorkshire still firm favourites to win. Tammy Beaumont is 44, but Georgia Elvis and Charlie Knott have gone cheaply.
Oh, that was nearly pulled straight to mid-wicket. Was just in front of Grewcock, but not by much.
It'll be a good finish. Lancashire bottom of the table, but going well at Blackpool.
It's stopping a follow through behind the bowler. Be 1 dot ball now.
Yeah, so if the Blaze were to lose, because I think the side that wins the group goes straight through to the final,
Right.
if the rules are the same as they were last year. So that would be something that takes Hampshire's interest if the Blaze were to lose today. It would only be their second defeat if that were to happen. So we shall see. Unfortunately, there's not too much doubt about the outcome of this one's at the moment.
No, we've just reached the 30th, end of the 30th over. Hampshire 159 without loss at the same point. Essex were 131 for 6, so I think that shows the difference. Well, that was when Liberty Heat got going, so. I wonder if she can bowl. That's what they need. She's taken 15 wickets at 17 in this day.
That's a nice back foot force from McCorn. Going to be at least 2, and if it is stopped, it's a very good effort. They've got to run a third, but I think that's gone all the way for 4. It was a really good effort down there. It's Kate Kopak involved with Flo Miller. They tried to do a relay stop to save the run, putting every effort in, but it was pretty well timed.
Bad luck.
Yeah.
Was bad luck. Great try by Kate Kopak.
So, yes, he's going to have to pick themselves up from this. It's looking like it's going to be a very big defeat after a very bright latter part of their innings. But it was more an indication of what was needed on the pitch before that. And just a missed field and getting them through for another run. Well, at least an appeal. We haven't had many of those. Smale beseeching the umpire to give Boucher out. At least it was one that beat the bat, and so that has been a fairly rare event.
probably just sliding down leg, but you can see why she was interested. Oh, bold.
A couple of nice deliveries at the end of the over. Yeah, it must be quite difficult maintaining optimism in this scenario. The players are going to have to try and keep each other going. Tremendous opening partnership, 164, and they've done it in 31 overs with McCorn 70 and Boucher 89.
Just catching her up, McCorn, isn't she? She's sped up a bit since she reached 50. Right, is that Esme McGregor coming back into the attack? I think it might be. Annika Bosch have bowled quite nicely, but they've obviously decided that there is more chance of a wicket being taken by Esme McGregor and have a bit of pace at one end and spin at the other. Starts with a wide, sadly.
Yeah, so confirmation that the group winner goes directly to the final, and the second and third place teams play off in a eliminator stroke semi-final. So if the Blaze were to lose today, it gets Hampshire back in the hunt of maybe being that top team.
Good use of the feet by McCorn, but she can't beat the fielder. Chloe Miller, who's in at shortish mid-wicket. And that is a decent shot. Slightly risky from McCorn. There are players out in the deep for their lofted drive, but she bisected them by hitting it absolutely true and straight. And neither of them could get there, despite the best efforts. Well picked up by the camera person who's on the roof there to get something of that leap from the fielder. Let's just be a single out into the deep. Boucher, for the first time in her innings, is now actually scoring at less than a run a ball. 89 off 92. But then she caught up with that boundary. Oh, I think that's a drop.
Yeah.
And it's Flo Miller, and she's hurt her hand.
Finger.
She's straight off. Oh dear, oh dear. It goes from bad to worse as far as Essex are concerned. Not only dropping McCorn on 70, but the fielder got injured as well. You would not have expected one Flo Miller to not hold on to that. But also, you worry she might have dislocated the top of the finger or something.
Yeah,
straight off.
It's not been a good day, apart from Joe Gardner and Liberty Heap's innings.
Yeah, that's the first chance, isn't it?
Yeah, just disappointing. Obviously, double whammy. Obviously, the drop probably doesn't matter too much in the context of the result, but the potential injury is not what Essex would want.
No, Flo Miller a crucial part of the team for batting and indeed for fielding. Now, I'm not quite sure how many fielders Essex have got now, because Sophie Munro was already on, And they've brought somebody else on as well. Anyway, 2 more balls for Esme McGregor. This goes into the new short mid-wicket fielder.
These two certainly improving their averages. Boucher's is sitting now just on 71. So it'd be a second century if she can get another 5 runs. And McCall's gone up to, well, 48 and a half at the moment is her average, which has improved certainly since the start of the innings.
Just drifts on to middle and leg and is flicked away for a single.
And she's got 3 50s, but she could convert the third of them to a century, which would be her first of the campaign if she were to get it. So it's been a brilliant exhibition. I think Essex have seen enough of Hampshire this year.
Yes,
It feels like they've been playing them every 2 or 3 weeks. And
particularly Maya Boucher.
Yeah.
She has, she's now got more than 170 runs in her 2 visits. And she's still not out in this second one. 4 away from 100 and on strike.
Yes, very ruthless indeed from Hampshire. And again, quite a few full tosses being sent down. Another drive for a single up towards long on. Sophia Smell continuing. Number 27 in her 6th over.
She's usually got such a big smile on her face, but she looks seriously fed up at the moment, Sophia Smell.
Essex will be very keen that this season doesn't fall away. Obviously they've got a new signing. Obviously worry about that potential finger injury for Flo Miller. And they've had their moments in the first half of this season.
And if Nancy Harmon continues her loan for a bit, that might help.
Yes, that will help. It might be needed actually with Flo Miller's injury.
Absolutely. Though they've got
Another nice single for Boucher, just 1 boundary away.
Lissy McLeod as well in the squad, who hasn't played in the last couple of games. She played in the T20, but not the last 2 of these.
Again, that's uppish.
Oof,
But
great bit of fielding.
still keeping the enthusiasm going in the field, but
It's a great throw by Eva Gray.
yeah.
Didn't mean much, but it was a super piece of fielding.
177 for no wicket. And it's been a very accomplished piece of batting. Hampshire probably thought 245, that's well within our compass on this pitch, even though it was rather more than it looked like being at one point, and they've really stamped their authority on proceedings. Boucher will collect possibly 2 more towards her century.
That was 100.
And there it is. With that second, she gets there. 100 from 99 balls. So in the end, she just about goes above a runner ball. She takes the helmet off and she raises her bat to the dressing room and a hug with her partner. And she's very, very pleased about this. She's been raising her bat for about 20 seconds. She's going to have a rest now, but very well done. She's really very happy with that. It's a really accomplished piece of batting, particularly the early part of the innings where she denied Essex any prospect of any sort of breakthrough. And her partner has given her good support. She even allowed her partner to creep up on her at one point, but now she's starting to move back ahead.
What a partnership. 179. Boucher 100 not out. Just had that one chance that McCorn gave to Miller in the last Esme McGregor over, but terrific stuff. .67 required. This is aerial but short of the fielder, so it'll only be 1. Again, Essex not enjoying any real luck with several of these shots played aerially, just falling safe. That on another day could have picked out the fielder. My word, that is hit very, very hard indeed by Maya Bouchier. She came down the wicket and actually smashed it through the covers. Nothing much wrong with the ball. Obviously decided to go on the attack now she's completed 100. And 4 more. McGregor just overcompensating. Well, I thought she'd overcompensated. In fact, it was a middle stump and it was just pulled away and smashed before. It's 3 successive boundaries now.
I'm just hunting around for records for Hampshire women. I've got 152 as the previous opening partnership record, which Maya Bouchier was part of. Surprisingly. So that's the previous mark that I can find, 152, so it's well beyond that. And in actual fact, 200 might well be the highest ever partnership for Hampshire women.
In anything?
Yeah, for any wicket.
Wow.
So.
Oh, I see. Yes, of course. Oh, this is just majestic batting. You just feel for Esme McGregor. She's not doing terribly much wrong, but she has just been absolutely smashed back over. Long off for 4 more. That's 4 successive boundaries, 17 off the over. She saw that the batter was stepping outside leg stump, followed her, and Maya Bouchier still managed to stretch the arms and hammer it back. So now players going out on the deep straight, which means they have to bring in the cover sweeper. And they'll settle for a single. So 18 off the over. Bouchier keeps the strike. 196.7 for no wicket.
Yeah, became a very tough day at the office for Essex, with that little period of calm and enjoyment when Gardner was batting, and with Liberty Heap. We should remember she played extremely well.
Yes,
but
yes.
Maya Bouchier, having got to 100, has really cut loose.
So another 49 required. 16 overs.
Well, it's going to be Sophia Smell. Not a great time for anyone to have to bowl, really.
Not much behind the wicket for Bouchier in 117.
Oh, precious close to being bowled there. Just got something on it.
There's a polite inquiry about LBW as well, but instead it's a single. Well bowled.
It was a majestic shot from McCorn, who's still, well, in terms of her getting her 100, she's going to have to keep an eye on things, and I'm sure her partner will be aware of that, but that four will help with another 44 needed, and she's got to get half of them.
Yep, 200 up as well. So that is the 200 partnership.
Oof, it's a nice piece of bowling at this stage.
She really is good.
Trying what she can, Smale.
Well, as I said, she was the pick in the last match against Durham, and I'd say she probably is again in this one.
Just for once, a bit of unorthodoxy not working.
She did well. She got the ball, but she just hit it straight to the fielder. It was a good reverse sweep on the full toss.
Nice placement. And away to the wicket boundary for another four. Well, it's been quite a remarkable batting exhibition, and the fact that McCorn's getting a bit of a strike is helping her on her way to the 100. I'm sure Maya Boucher will take into account, of course, the bonus point win situation, which I think Hampshire I've got under control at the moment. Would like to see her partner get through to 100. It has been a fabulous exhibition, but a disheartening day for Essex, and a tough couple of weeks since the injury to Cordelia Griffith. It really has been, but hopefully still better things to come in the second half of this season.
Smale, you feel, deserves better figures than 7 overs none for 42, but that is what they are currently, with these two going so well. McCorn on strike on 83, just 39 runs required. And they've suddenly picked up the rate in the last couple of overs. Now, who is next into the firing line? I think the skipper's going to bowl herself. Well, she's only given away 12 from the first 3 overs, so why not? Only be one. McCorn on to 84. And a quite remarkable reverse sweep for a 2 bounce 4 from Bouchier, who is, I think, trying to remind the England selectors about her talents. Three bounce 4, sorry, I was exaggerating. What, just timing everything. It's not pretty, the next one, but it is remarkably effective. And McCorn is running out of time at the moment because Bouchier can't stop finding the boundary. She's now hit 6 boundaries in the last 7 balls she's faced. say, not pretty, but mightily effective. And they've got 2 if they want them, and they do. Oh, and that was a no ball as well. I missed the no ball for the previous 4. Good pick up in the deep by Bosch. Good throw too. Bouchier storming on. She moves to 130. In fact, they only take the single, 129. Oh no, they did take 2.
I'm still searching around for partnership records, but I can't see anything to beat this. Unfortunately, it keeps defaulting to the Hampshire men's team when you you put in a search for the women, and it keeps defaulting. But
is everything all Cricket Archive?
Yeah, I'm trying on that.
Yeah.
But, you've got to make the correct search. That's the thing. It's,
yes, always. It's
not the easiest one.
It's the question, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, 13 off the over, a dot ball to finish. 220 for no wicket. And McCorn will be on strike. They need 26 and McCorn needs 16 of them.
Yeah. Absolutely, they would need to get this target within 40 overs to get the bonus point.
I think that's likely. They've got 4 overs to score 26.
But it's been a fantastic performance from these 2. As I say, Essex will be pleased to see the back of the Hampshire women for a little while.
Yes, Eva Gray back into the attack. She's bowled nicely so far.
Yes, there are plenty of ways you can search for partnership records, but they tend to. There's not that much easily find in the women's game. There's probably a way of doing it, but you've got to know how to do it. So 26 required. Still trying to find ways of getting the wicket. There was a stifled shout for LBW in an attempt to run out by Dowes, but nothing has worked. Yes, it's been a deflating afternoon for Essex. Hope Flo Miller's not too badly injured. She went off very quickly after the ball struck her finger when she went for the catch. Well, it's a bit of a gift and placed very nicely. Well, Boucher might have to apologise to her partner after hitting that 4 because it's made it very difficult for her now to get 100. But I guess the priority is to win as quickly as possible. She's on 134. But unfortunately the ball was rather there to be hit. Yes, have you managed to find any Hampshire partnerships?
No, AI doesn't understand the
No,
question.
it's. I've had a look and found a few, but I've seen nothing to match this. Ooh, it's in the air for a long time. Wasn't far away from the first wicket. But probably the main point now is whether McCorn can get to 100, which would be her first of the season if she can. She's played very well, played a very intelligent innings in her own right. And she does a clever thing. She takes a single off the 5th ball on the assumption that her partner might either hit a 4 or a dot ball, and that she's therefore going to have a strike. This certainly beats. I'm trying to find some stats on Boucher for Hampshire, but it beats all her international scores, as this is driven away up into the covers. So, for example, Boucher's best in women's tests 126, their best in women's ODIs 100 not out. Trying to find something on her Hampshire scores, but there'll be some big ones there with the partnership record she's already had. So 227 for no wicket, 19 to win, of which McCall needs to find 14.
I had no luck either, so I'm back for Grace Scriggins.
On strike.
She is.
From her point of view, she needs to stay there.
Yes, she needs, 14 from 19. And is very nearly out. Going for the big slog sweep, understandably. No, I couldn't find any best partnership records. If anyone knows where to go, please let us know.
She got 143 against Somerset this season.
Boucher.
Yeah.
Yep. But we don't know what the partnership was.
No. I'm certain that this is a partnership. I can't find anything to match this. I'd be surprised if something of this magnitude.
Oh, so good stop. Not giving up the Essex fielders. So that was crunched off the back foot by Boucher. Really good stop. I think it was Sophia Smale who dived.
No attempt to stop that, but again...
No, it's gone. So there is 4 more now to McCorn, who moves into the 90s.
The plan is working at the moment. There's also scope for Boucher to be able to push a single if she's on strike.
She's not very good at pushing singles, though, Boucher, at the moment, is she? She's struggling to not hit 4s. And that's launched back as well. That'll be 4 more.
No. Obviously, spirits have dropped on the Essex side, so it is fairly straightforward for these two, but they've been absolutely ruthless.
So McCorn moves on to 95. Second 50 has been very brisk if she gets there. She'll pick up a single. Moves to 96. How many balls left of this over? 1. Oh no, that was the end of the over and she takes the strike. So she's in good shape. 38.
Yep,
2.
it's worked out perfectly. There's obviously a bit of team planning between the two to try and make sure they both get to their 100. And it's working a treat at the moment because McCorn has most of a strike. She can hit a 4, that'll get her to 100, and then it doesn't matter too much after that.
No, exactly right. Just look at that.
quite remarkable
It really
performance.
is. Because 245, you would not expect a 10-wicket defeat. It was a good fight back by Essex to post that kind of target, but these two have just really had such a grip. One chance offered in that partnership so far.
So,
And that
is that
could
gonna
be
be
it.
it? Yeah.
It is. What a shot.
here's the 100 for McCorn. That's the first of the season, and she gets a slap on the back from her partner. Plans worked. She raises her bat, not quite to the extent that Boucher did, but she's played second fiddle, but she's done it very well and deservedly has gone through to a century herself. And Essex will be looking to get off the field as quickly as possible here.
Second 50 off just 42
Oh,
balls.
that's very good. There's going to be another
There's
4
another one.
through mid-wicket, so
That's it.
that's
isn't
going to be
it?
the result. That takes them
Yep.
to 246, and they've got there inside 39 overs. And
Wow.
looking at the bonus point situation, we'll have to check out whether that qualifies them for one. I think you have to be 1.25% better, don't you? But it's a very, very emphatic victory for the Hampshire women. I mean, it couldn't really be more emphatic. 10 wickets. I can't find a Hampshire partnership
Yeah.
record to match that one, but doubtless we'll find out in due course if that is the highest partnership for any wicket by Hampshire in a list day game. I think we can probably assume it definitely is in terms of any short form cricket, list day or T20, but it's been an absolutely brilliant innings, and Essex, well, a bit stunned by that. It's been
Just looking at the two girls, aren't we? And
Yeah.
what a partnership.
absolutely fantastic performance from these two.
Nice to see all the Essex players going up and saying well done. But Boucher and McCorn enjoying their moment in the sun, because that is some partnership. What a win. So congratulations to those two, who I'm sure are going to be greeted rather splendidly. Here they are, by their own teammates. Big hugs going on. Sorry, I got in the way of the stats there. I was
Trying to find any more information, but we'll doubtless find out.
second 100 in this format, so congratulations to her.
Yeah, in the end, quite a depressing day for Essex, but to be honest, it's the blast, and particularly the game against Warwickshire. It's going to be tough to beat the Blaze here, but you never know.
Yeah.
But the game against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, which looks winnable, and if they can win that will give them a little bit of a chance. The Blaze fighting back against Lancashire, 148 for 4 in the 33rd over. Somerset have beaten Warwickshire by a huge margin, getting to their target inside 22 overs. And the other game, which was the one between Durham and Yorkshire, is over. So Yorkshire have overtaken Essex because they won that game by 6 wickets in the 48th over. So that is a good performance by them. And obviously, unfortunately, Essex will go bottom, I think, if Lancashire win. But the Blaze seem to be stabilising things there, and that could be quite a good finish in that particular game. But yeah, certainly apart from Liberty Heap's partnership with Joe Gardner was the bright spot, wasn't it? Otherwise, fairly
Yes, that was
difficult day against
was,
a side who have outplayed.
Yes, and you
Essex.
have to say congratulations to Hampshire for one, the thumping victory, and two, taking a huge step towards qualifying at the end of the season as one of the 3 top teams. That's showing why they and the Blaze at the moment are leading the way in the women's 50 over game. That was a mightily impressive performance. There we are, look at that. Essex all out in 49th over for 245. Well done Liberty Heap and Joe Gardner. Excellent innings from both of them. Really setting what looked before the Hampshire innings started as if it might be quite a decent total, but 246 without loss inside 39 overs. Boucher 136 not out, McCorn 104 not out, and well, despite the best efforts of the Essex bowlers, no one really saw anything except a bit of damage to their averages. In the end, I thought Sophia Smale bowled well, a bit unluckily. She was the one who saw the one drop, and that could also be bad news for Essex, with Flo Miller injuring her hand in that moment as well. But from Nick Ledhill and myself, thanks very much indeed for joining us. We'll be back. I don't think we're doing the Cultures match, but we're back on the 28th, so we'll rejoin you then on the Essex stream.